Hello, Night Seekers. Welcome to Netheric Horror. True scary stories, gentle narration, and peaceful dreams begin here. I grew up in a house where Ouija boards were absolutely not allowed. It was one of those rules that never really needed to be explained. Some families have rules about shoes in the house, eating in certain rooms, or what time you have to be home. In my family, one of the rules was simple. No Ouija boards. Do not bring one into the house. Do not play with one inside. Do not joke about using one. Just leave them alone. When I was younger, I did not completely understand why. To me, a Ouija board looked like a board game. There were letters, numbers, a small piece you put your hands on. You asked questions and waited to see if something answered. As a kid, that sounded more interesting than dangerous. I had heard all the usual stories. People said Ouija boards could contact ghosts. Some people claimed they could invite spirits into your home. Others said the entire thing was fake, and that the people using the board were unknowingly moving the piece themselves. I did not know what to believe. Part of me was curious. Another part of me understood that my family took them seriously enough that using one at home was not worth the argument. So I did not. At least, not in my own house. When I was younger, I eventually tried one at my grandparents' house. I do not remember every detail of that night anymore. It was not some terrifying experience. Nothing flew across the room. No strange voice answered us. The lights did not go out. The piece never suddenly started spelling out threatening messages. As far as I remember, we did not get any response at all. Nothing happened. At the time, that probably made the whole thing seem less serious. I had tried it. Nothing answered. That should have been enough proof that it was just a game. And maybe that is exactly what it is. Even now, I cannot honestly say that I have personally had a Ouija board move under my hands in some impossible way. I have never received a message from one. I have never contacted anything. I have never seen a ghost appear because of a board. So my own experience gives me very little reason to believe there is something supernatural about them. Still, I do not use them anymore. I simply choose not to. As I got older, I became less interested in proving whether they were real or fake. I started thinking about it differently. Maybe there is nothing to them. Maybe the people using them really are moving the piece without realizing it. Maybe every Ouija story can be explained by suggestion, fear, memory, coincidence, and the human desire to find patterns. That is completely possible. But there is another part of me that thinks there may be something to the idea of opening a door you do not fully understand. I do not necessarily mean a literal door. I mean intentionally reaching out, asking for something unknown to answer, inviting anything that might be listening to communicate with you. Maybe nobody is listening. Maybe nothing happens. But if there is even a small chance that there is something on the other side of that kind of invitation, I do not really see the point in taking the risk. That is how I look at it now. I do not need proof badly enough to experiment. I would rather leave it alone. A lot of that attitude probably came from growing up in a family where Ouija boards were treated seriously. And part of it comes from a story my dad has told me. His story is very tame compared to some of the Ouija stories people tell. There was no possession, no dark figure, no screaming, no one was hurt. Nothing about it sounds especially dramatic. But sometimes the small stories bother me more because they are harder to turn into obvious horror. My dad told me that years ago he was using a Ouija board with some family members. I do not know exactly how old he was. I do not know who first suggested using the board. Maybe they were bored. Maybe somebody had recently bought it. Maybe they wanted to see if all the stories about Ouija boards were true. Whatever the reason, they sat together and tried it. Just like most people do, they placed their hands on the planchette and started asking questions. They waited for a response. Nothing happened. The piece did not move. No words appeared. No mysterious message came through. As far as the board itself was concerned, the entire experiment was a failure. That should have been the end of the story. They tried a Ouija board. It did not work. Everyone went on with their evening. But something happened in the room that made the experience difficult for my dad to completely dismiss. They were sitting near a fireplace. Above the fireplace was a mantel with decorations on it. Among those decorations was a bowl. Inside the bowl were pine cones. That detail is important because this was not a pine cone sitting loosely on the edge of the mantel. It was not balanced in a way where a small vibration could easily knock it onto the floor. It was sitting inside a bowl. There was no obvious reason for it to move. While my dad and his family members were sitting there with the Ouija board, one of the pine cones suddenly came out. It popped away from the mantel area. Then it rolled across the floor. And according to my dad, it rolled directly toward the place where they were sitting. That was it. That was the entire strange event. One pine cone. No message. No ghost. No voice. Just a decoration that should have remained inside a bowl somehow, coming out and rolling toward the people using a Ouija board. By itself, that sounds almost silly. A pine cone is not frightening. If someone told you a pine cone fell off a shelf, you probably would not think twice about it. Things fall. Objects shift. Houses vibrate. Maybe somebody bumped something. Maybe the bowl had been sitting at an angle. Maybe the pine cone had been resting awkwardly against another one. There are countless normal explanations for an object falling. That is exactly why I describe my dad's story as tame. Nothing about the object itself is scary. It is the timing. They were trying to contact something. The board itself was giving them nothing. Then an object that was sitting safely inside a bowl suddenly left the mantel and moved toward them. Maybe it was coincidence. But if you were sitting there, I imagine it would feel very different. You would already be focused on whether anything around you changed. You would be waiting for a response. Everyone would probably be staring at the board, expecting the planchette to move. Then something happens somewhere else in the room. That is the kind of thing that gets your attention quickly. I have imagined the moment many times. A group of people sitting together, hands on the board. Somebody asks a question. Nothing, another question. Nothing, maybe someone laughs and says the whole thing is fake. Maybe somebody else tells everyone to concentrate. Then a sound from the fireplace. A decoration moves. Everyone turns. A pine cone comes out of the bowl. It drops. Then it rolls across the floor toward them. I do not know if everyone immediately jumped up. I do not know if they stopped using the board right away. I do not know whether someone picked up the pine cone and tried to figure out how it had moved. Those details were never the important part when my dad told me the story. The important part was that the pine cone was not in a position where it should have simply fallen. It was sitting inside a bowl. It had to somehow get out of the bowl first. Then it had to make its way off the mantel. Then it rolled toward the group. That was what made the event memorable. It did not behave in the way they expected. Maybe there is a normal explanation. There probably is. A mantel can shake. A house can settle. Someone moving around could create vibration. If several pine cones were packed into the bowl, maybe one had been pushed upward by the others. Maybe it was barely resting inside. Maybe gravity finally did what gravity does. It fell. Then, the shape of the pine cone caused it to roll in an unpredictable direction. Maybe the floor sloped slightly toward the people. That would explain everything. I am willing to accept that. But the story still stays in the back of my mind. Because the board gave no response. At least, not on the board. That is the strange part. If you were trying to contact something and the planchette suddenly moved, the obvious explanation would be that someone at the table moved it. Even if nobody admitted it, that would be the easiest answer. But if everyone is touching the board and something across the room moves instead, that is harder to blame on the people playing. Nobody was touching the pine cone. Nobody was sitting beside the mantel. The movement came from somewhere else. Again, I am not saying that proves anything. It does not. A falling decoration is not proof of ghosts. It is not proof of demons. It is not proof that Ouija boards open portals to another realm. But it is exactly the kind of strange little event that can make someone decide they no longer want to experiment. I think that is why stories like my dad's affect me. There is no huge, dramatic ending. Nothing happened afterward, as far as I know. No haunting followed him. No strange figure began appearing in the house. The family did not suddenly start hearing voices. It was just one unexplained moment. Then, life moved on. But if something really was trying to respond, maybe that was enough. Maybe the answer was not supposed to come through the planchette. Maybe the object moving was the response. That thought is what makes me uncomfortable. Imagine asking an empty room if something is there. The board does nothing. You assume nobody answered. Then, something behind you moves. Would you ask another question? I do not think I would. I would probably be finished immediately. I have never been able to understand people who intentionally keep pushing after something strange happens with a Ouija board. You hear stories where someone asks for a sign. A light flickers. Then, instead of stopping, they ask for another sign. Something falls. Then they demand that whatever is there show itself. That has never made sense to me. At some point, curiosity should lose. Even if you think it is fake, what are you really proving by continuing? If nothing happens, you wasted some time. If something does happen, and you cannot explain it, now you have a problem. That is the way I see it. My own attempt at my grandparents' house gave me nothing. Maybe that should have made me comfortable using them. Instead, as I got older, I went in the opposite direction. I became more willing to leave certain things alone. I do not feel like I need to know. I do not need something to spell out a message. I do not need a ghost to prove itself. I do not need to sit in a dark room asking whatever might be there to communicate with me. Maybe there is nothing. That is fine. I am perfectly happy not knowing. I sometimes think people underestimate the psychological side of these games, too. Even if there is nothing supernatural happening, using a Ouija board can make you hyper-aware of everything around you. A house makes hundreds of small sounds. Wood expands. Pipes move. Air systems turn on and off. Objects settle. Neighbors make noise. Wind pushes against windows. Most of the time, we ignore those sounds. But after spending 20 minutes asking invisible spirits to speak to you, suddenly every sound becomes important. A creak is a footstep. A cold draft is a presence. A falling object is an answer. That could easily explain stories like my dad's. The pine cone might have fallen on any other night, and nobody would have remembered it. But because it happened while they were using the board, it became meaningful. That is a completely reasonable way to look at it. And maybe that is exactly what happened. Still, that does not change the family rule. No Ouija boards. I grew up with it. I understand it better now. It is not necessarily about being terrified of a piece of cardboard. It is about what you are trying to do with it. You are asking for communication. You are intentionally reaching towards something unknown. If you believe nothing is there, then the entire exercise is pointless. If you believe something might be there, then maybe you should think carefully about why you want its attention. That is the part that has always stuck with me. People often talk about opening doors with supernatural things. Again, maybe that is only a metaphor. But it makes sense to me. A closed door is not hurting you. You do not know what is behind it. Maybe there is nothing. Maybe there is something harmless. Maybe there is something you do not understand. Why open it just because you are curious? I think my dad's story fits that idea perfectly. They tried the board. Nothing answered in the obvious way. Then a physical object across the room moved. Was that an answer? Probably not. Maybe it simply fell. But nobody there could completely explain why it happened at that exact moment. And sometimes timing is enough to change the way you think about something. I have also wondered what my dad felt afterward. Maybe he laughed about it. Maybe everyone accused someone else of somehow causing it. Maybe they searched around the fireplace looking for an explanation. I would have. I would want to know if the bowl had tipped. I would check whether the mantel was uneven. I would look at the floor to see why the pine cone rolled in that direction. Anything to make the event normal again. Because once you accept that the object moved for no reason, your mind starts asking bigger questions. Who moved it? Why? Did whatever they were trying to contact actually hear them? Was it trying to let them know it was there? Those questions are much worse than a simple falling decoration, so I prefer the simple explanation. The pine cone was sitting badly. It fell. The shape caused it to roll. The timing was coincidence. That is probably what happened. But I still do not use Ouija boards. Maybe that sounds inconsistent. If I really believe it was coincidence, why avoid them? Because I do not need to test it. Some things are not worth proving. I already tried one once. Nothing happened. That is good enough for me. I do not need to keep trying until something does. And honestly, the fact that my family always treated them as a serious no-go probably shaped me more than I realized. When you grow up hearing that something should be left alone, it sticks with you. Even if you question it later, even if you become skeptical, there is still that small voice in the back of your mind saying that maybe the rule existed for a reason. My dad's story is not proof. I know that. I would never present it as proof. It is simply something strange that happened during a very specific moment. He and his family used a Ouija board. The board did nothing. Then a pine cone that was sitting inside a bowl above the fireplace somehow came out and rolled toward them. That is all. But sometimes the quiet stories are the ones that stay with you. There was no screaming, no demon, no possession, no terrifying figure, just something that moved when it should not have moved. And a group of people sitting on the floor wondering why. Maybe the house shifted. Maybe the bowl was unstable. Maybe somebody had moved the mantel earlier. Maybe it was pure coincidence. I genuinely hope so. Because the other possibility is that they asked for an answer, thought they did not get one, and never realized that something had answered from across the room instead. That is enough for me. I do not need a second experiment. I do not need to bring a Ouija board into my house and ask questions. I do not need to see whether something will move. Some doors, real or imagined, are probably better left closed. And in my family, that is exactly where Ouija boards stay. On the other side of the door. This happened during the past summer when I was working in a closed-down asylum. My job itself was not especially exciting. Most of what I did involved paperwork, filing, records, and other bureaucratic work. I was not there as a paranormal investigator, and I did not go into the job expecting anything strange to happen. At the time, I was a sociology undergraduate, so after spending a little time in the place, I naturally became interested in its history. The building had once been used as an asylum, And even though it was no longer operating in the same way, a lot of the old structure was still there. Old rooms, old hallways, basement areas, spaces that had been repurposed over the years. The more time I spent working there, the more I wondered about the people who had lived and died inside those walls. That curiosity is what led me to start researching the history of the institution. I searched through old information and articles about the asylum. Most of it was exactly the kind of thing you would expect. Stories about former patients, the way the facility had operated, accounts of treatment, deaths, people who had spent years there. Then I came across one article that stuck with me. It was about a woman whose son had died by suicide inside the asylum sometime in the 1970s. From what I understood, part of the reason behind his death was that he had been afraid of how he would be treated there. I do not want to pretend I remember every detail of the article perfectly, because I do not. What stayed with me was the mother. Her son had been placed in this institution. He had been frightened. Then he had died there. I remember feeling terrible for both of them. As someone studying sociology, I already had an interest in institutions and the way systems affect people. Reading about a real person who had been afraid of the place where I was now working made the whole history feel more personal. Before that, it had been an old building, a former asylum, a place with records. After reading about him, I started thinking more about the individual people who had actually been there. People who had names, families, mothers, fathers, people who had been scared, people who may not have been treated well. Still, I did not think anything supernatural was going to happen. I read the article. I thought about it for a while. Then I went on with my life. A few weeks passed. Then I had one of the most disturbing dreams I can remember. In the dream, there was an old woman sitting across from me. I do not remember being in some dramatic, haunted place. What I remember most clearly is her. She was crying, but she was also furious. She stared directly at me and screamed. She kept telling me how awful I was, how terrible I was for working at the asylum. She seemed to hate me for being there. It was not like an ordinary dream where the scene changes every few seconds and nothing makes sense. The image stayed focused on her face, her crying, the anger, the way she stared at me. She screamed at me over and over. It felt like it went on all night. I could not get away from her. I could not make her stop. She just sat there across from me, crying and accusing me, telling me I was awful for working in that place. The dream was so intense that when I woke up, I was disturbed by it for a long time afterward. Most dreams fade quickly. You wake up, remember something strange for a few minutes, then by breakfast, most of it is gone. This one did not disappear that easily. The woman's face and the feeling of being blamed stayed with me. The obvious explanation was that my mind had created her because of the article I had read. That made complete sense. I had learned about a mother whose son died at the asylum. That story had affected me. Weeks later, my brain turned that emotion into a nightmare. There was nothing mysterious about that. Dreams often use things we have been thinking about, even if we have not consciously thought about them for days or weeks. So I tried not to make too much of it. I did wonder whether the woman in the dream was supposed to be the mother from the article. I had no way of knowing. Maybe she was simply an old woman created by my imagination. Maybe my mind had taken the basic idea of grief and anger and given it a face. Either way, I did not treat it as some paranormal message. It was a disturbing dream. Nothing more. At least, that was what I told myself. A few days later, I went back to work. Another intern and I were assigned to work in the basement, of one of the old buildings. We were filing medical records belonging to deceased patients. That alone created a strange atmosphere. These were not ordinary office files. Every folder represented a person who had once lived in that institution. Some of those people had spent years there. Now they were dead, and their medical histories had been reduced to documents stored in old rooms beneath a former asylum. The basement itself did not help. It had that heavy feeling old institutional buildings often have. The rooms had changed purposes over time. Some of them had once been patient rooms. Others had been used for storage. One of the rooms had once been a cafeteria. Another room, we later learned, had been used to prepare dead bodies before they were taken to the morgue. At the time, not every room's original purpose was obvious. They had been repurposed. Shelves had been added. Files stored. Furniture moved. A room that looked like ordinary storage might once have been used for something completely different. That was one of the unsettling things about working there. You could be standing in a room doing normal office work and have no idea what had happened in that exact space decades earlier. All of the records rooms were kept locked. That was normal. We were dealing with medical records, so access had to be controlled. When we needed to put something away, we would unlock the appropriate room, file the record, then lock it again. One day, the other intern and I were carrying records through the basement. We reached one of the locked rooms. We needed to go inside to put away a file. Everything was normal. We had done this kind of thing before. The other intern took the key and inserted it into the lock. Then, she tried to turn it. It would not move. She tried again. Nothing at first. Neither of us thought anything was strange. Old building. Old lock. Old key. Sometimes these things stick. She adjusted the key. Tried again. Still nothing. She kept working at it. She pulled it slightly out, pushed it back in, turned it one way, then the other. The lock refused to open. This went on for what felt like a surprisingly long time, probably around a minute, maybe longer. I stood nearby waiting, and while I was standing there, something happened in my mind that I still cannot explain. I suddenly saw an image, not with my eyes. I want to be clear about that. I did not physically see a person standing in front of me. It was an image inside my head. But it was extremely vivid. A young man was inside the locked room. He had hanged himself. I could see him there, and somehow, in that instant, I had the overwhelming feeling that he did not want us to enter. In my mind, he was holding the door shut. That was the impression. He was in there. He had killed himself, and he did not want us to see him. He did not want the door opened. The image came out of nowhere. I had not been talking about suicide with the other intern. I had not been standing there consciously thinking about the article. I had not been trying to scare myself. 1 second, I was simply waiting for her to open a stubborn door. The next, I had this vivid mental picture of a young man hanging inside the room. The connection to the article hit me immediately. The woman's son. The young man who had died at the asylum. I remember feeling frozen. I did not say anything. The other intern continued trying the key. Then, suddenly, the key turned. Just like that. The lock opened. After struggling with it for about a minute, it suddenly worked. She opened the door. Nothing unusual was inside. No body. No young man. No obvious explanation for the image I had just experienced. Just the records room. We went inside. We put the file away. Neither of us spoke. At least, that is how I remember it. We just finished what we needed to do. Then, we left. I did not tell her what had gone through my head. I was not sure how to explain it. What could I say? While you were trying to open the door, I suddenly imagined a young man who had hanged himself holding it shut? That sounded ridiculous even to me. There was a completely normal explanation for the door. The lock was old. The key had been sticking. Eventually, she adjusted it correctly and it opened. That happens all the time. The image was probably my mind connecting the location with the story I had read weeks earlier. I had been working around the medical records of dead patients. I was in the basement of an old asylum. I had recently dreamed about an angry, grieving woman. Of course, my imagination was going to create disturbing images. That is the rational explanation. And I believe that explanation much of the time. But the timing still bothers me. The image came while the door would not open. Not after. Not hours later. Right then. I imagined a young man inside refusing to let us in. Then the lock suddenly released. That sequence stayed with me. It made me start thinking more seriously about the dream. The old woman screaming at me. The young man behind the locked door. The article about the mother and her son. Were they actually connected? Or was my mind creating a story because I had spent too much time thinking about the asylum's history? I honestly do not know. The internship had other strange moments, too. Some of them frightened me. One involved learning what one of the records rooms had originally been used for. That room had once been where bodies were prepared before they were taken to the morgue. The story of how we discovered that was disturbing in its own way. There were other experiences during that summer that added to the general feeling that the place had not completely let go of its past. But the mother and son were what affected me the most. Maybe because I had read their story. Maybe because I had given them a place in my mind before anything strange happened. That is important. I know confirmation bias is real. I was studying sociology. I understood that people create meaning from patterns. Once I knew about this mother and her son, it became easier to connect unrelated events to them. A nightmare about an old woman? It must be her. A disturbing image of a young man in the basement? It must be him. A stuck lock? He must be holding the door shut. That is exactly how human beings build supernatural stories. We take ordinary things. We connect them. Then the connection becomes stronger every time we remember it. I know that. And yet, knowing it does not completely remove the feeling. The dream felt personal. That is the best way I can describe it. The woman was not simply frightening. She was angry at me. Specifically, me. She blamed me for working at the asylum. She sat across from me and screamed about how awful I was. Why would my mind create that? Again, maybe because of guilt. I had read about terrible things connected to the institution. Then I continued going to work there every day. Maybe part of me felt uncomfortable participating in the preservation of a place with such painful history. Maybe the woman represented that discomfort. That is a strong psychological explanation. But in the dream, it did not feel symbolic. It felt like she hated me. The way she cried made it worse. Her anger was mixed with grief. That is why I connected her to the mother. It felt like the anger of someone who had lost a child. Then came the door. The young man in my head. Hanging, refusing to let us enter. That image was different from the dream, because I was fully awake. I was standing in the basement. The other intern was right beside me. I knew exactly where I was. There was no confusion between sleeping and waking. The image appeared suddenly and clearly. Of course, intrusive thoughts happen. People see disturbing mental images all the time, especially in places associated with death. It does not mean anything supernatural. But this one was so specific that it frightened me. A young man. Suicide inside a locked room. A few days after dreaming about an old woman connected in my mind to the mother of a young man who died by suicide at that asylum. I could not help linking the two. The strange thing is that the young man in the image did not seem aggressive. I did not feel like he wanted to hurt us. He simply did not want us to come into the room. That was the feeling, almost like shame, or fear, or privacy. He wanted the door kept closed. That detail somehow made the image sadder than if I had simply imagined a monster. It felt human, a person who had done something terrible to himself and did not want anyone to find him. For a moment, I almost felt like we were intruding. Then the door opened. The room was empty of anything dramatic. Only records. Paper, shelves, ordinary things. The contrast was strange. Inside my head, something horrible had just happened. In reality, we were filing paperwork. That was basically my entire internship. A normal administrative job inside a place filled with abnormal history. The past and present constantly overlapping. Modern office work happening inside rooms that once held patients. Medical files stored in spaces where people had eaten, slept, suffered, or died. You could almost forget where you were. Then something would remind you. A detail about a room, an old article, a patient record, a dream, a stuck door. I became more interested in the building as the summer continued. The more I researched, the more uncomfortable some of the spaces felt. Again, I do not know whether that was paranormal or psychological. Probably psychological. Once you know a room was used to prepare dead bodies, it feels different. The walls did not change. The air did not change. Only your knowledge changed. Yet suddenly, standing there becomes harder. That tells you a lot about how powerful the human mind is. Maybe the same thing happened with the mother and son. Before reading the article, they meant nothing to me. After reading it, their stories stayed somewhere in my subconscious. Then my brain began inserting them into my experiences. The old woman in the dream. The young man behind the door. That is probably what happened. But there is another part of me that wonders whether working with the records of the dead created some strange connection. That sounds dramatic, I know. We were physically handling documents belonging to people who had lived and died there. Names, diagnoses, treatments, medical histories, the private details of people's lives. Maybe that made everything feel more personal. You could read a name on a folder and know that person was gone. Maybe decades gone. Yet here was part of their life still sitting in the basement. There was something unsettling about that. Records outlive people. A person can die, be buried, and disappear from almost everyone's memory. But their file can remain on a shelf. Someone like me comes along years later and moves it from one room to another. I sometimes wondered how those former patients would feel about strangers handling their records. Would they care? Would they be angry? Would they want to be forgotten? That thought probably contributed to the dream, too. The old woman accusing me of working there. Maybe in my mind I had become part of the institution. It did not matter that I had nothing to do with what happened decades earlier. In the dream, she treated me as if I did. I was working for the place that had taken her son. Therefore, I was guilty. That is how dreams work. They ignore logic. But it was hard not to feel uneasy afterward. The asylum itself already had a heavy history. You did not need ghosts to make it frightening. Real people had suffered there. Some had been committed against their will. Some had probably spent huge portions of their lives inside. Some died there. The young man from the article was only one person among many. That is one reason I hesitate to call what happened paranormal. Maybe my imagination was reacting to the real horror of the place. You do not need supernatural forces when the history itself is disturbing enough. Still, there are moments when logic and feeling separate. Logically, I know why I had the dream. Emotionally, it felt like someone was confronting me. Logically, I know the lock was probably sticking. Emotionally, I felt like someone was on the other side holding it shut. Logically, I know intrusive images can appear without meaning. Emotionally, the image of that young man seemed connected to the mother I had dreamed about only days earlier. Those two versions of the experience have never completely reconciled. I can explain it. But the explanation does not make it feel less strange. After that day in the basement, I thought about the article more often. I wondered about the woman. What happened to her after her son died? Did she blame the institution? Did she blame herself? Did she spend the rest of her life angry about what happened? Did she ever visit the place again? I did not know. I had only read part of her story, yet my dream had made her feel strangely familiar. I could still picture the woman sitting across from me. Crying, screaming, staring, she was furious that I worked there. I would remind myself that she was not necessarily the same woman. Dreams borrow faces from everywhere. Maybe I had seen her in a store years earlier. Maybe she was a combination of several people. There was no reason to think I had dreamed about the actual mother. But once the connection formed in my mind, it was difficult to break. Then, I would think about her son. I never saw his face in real life. I do not know whether the young man in my mental image looked anything like him. Probably not. But in the moment by the locked door, I knew who I thought he was. That was enough. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if the door had never opened. Would I have said something to the other intern? Would I have told her that I had a terrible feeling about the room? Would we have gone to find another key? Would someone else have opened it easily? Maybe that would have broken the spell. Instead, the timing was perfect. The image appears. He does not want us inside. The other intern keeps turning the key. Nothing. Then, suddenly, it opens. We go in. We file the records. Silence, the whole thing lasted only a few minutes. But I remember it more clearly than most of the ordinary days I spent working there. That is often how fear works. Months of normal experiences disappear. One strange moment stays forever. I eventually finished the internship. I stopped working in the asylum. Life moved on. But I still think about that summer, especially the mother and her son. I cannot say they haunted me. That feels too certain. I never saw a ghost. I never heard a voice while awake. Nothing physically impossible happened in front of me. All I had was a dream and a vivid mental image. A locked door that eventually opened. Those things are easy to dismiss, and maybe they should be dismissed. But when I think about the entire sequence, I still feel uncomfortable. First, I researched the institution. I found the story of a mother whose son died by suicide there after being afraid of how he would be treated. Weeks later, I dreamed about an old woman crying and screaming at me for working in the asylum. A few days after that, I was in the basement, filing records of deceased patients. A locked door refused to open. While my coworker fought with the key, I suddenly pictured a young man hanging inside the room. I felt like he was holding the door shut because he did not want us to come in. Then, the key turned. The door opened. We entered. Nothing was there. I know what the rational explanation is. My mind had been affected by what I read. The dream came from that. The image in the basement came from the dream and the atmosphere. The stubborn lock was simply a stubborn lock. End of story. I honestly hope that is all it was, because the alternative is harder to think about. The alternative is that something about that place had not completely disappeared with the people who suffered there. Maybe memories stay attached to buildings. Maybe emotions do. Maybe the dead do. I do not know. I am not claiming any of that as fact. I only know that by the end of that internship, the mother and her son felt strangely close to me. Not in a comforting way, more like I had accidentally stepped into a story that had begun decades before I was born. A story that had nothing to do with me. Yet somehow, for one summer, I felt like they knew I was there. And sometimes, when I remember that door refusing to open, I still picture the same young man on the other side, holding it shut. Not because he wanted to hurt us, because he did not want us to see what had happened to him. My high school has always had a reputation for being haunted. I know almost every old school has stories like that. People hear pipes knocking, doors closing, strange footsteps in empty hallways, and before long, everyone starts saying there's a ghost. Most of the time, I would probably assume there is a normal explanation. But this school is different, because the stories do not come from just one or two students trying to scare each other. Almost every faculty member seems to have some kind of experience. Teachers, janitors, advisors, students, people who have spent years in the building. And some of them are visibly uncomfortable when they talk about what happened. There are even teachers who refuse to stay in the building alone at night. That is what makes the whole thing harder to laugh off. These are adults who work there every day. They know the building. They know how the doors sound, how the heating system works, where the janitorial closets are, and what kind of noises are normal. Still, some of them have stories they cannot explain. One teacher told us about something that happened when he was working late. It was around 9:30 at night. By that time, the school was mostly empty. The halls that were usually full of students during the day were silent. Anyone who has ever been inside a school after hours knows how different it feels. During the day, there is constant noise, lockers opening, teachers talking, students walking from class to class, announcements over the speakers, doors opening and closing. At night, all of that disappears. The same hallways suddenly seem much longer. Every sound becomes louder because there is nothing else to cover it. That teacher was inside working by himself, or at least he thought he was by himself. At some point, he heard a door slam. Loud, clear, the sound echoed down the hallway. His first thought was not ghost. He assumed another teacher, or maybe one of the janitors, was still inside the building and was messing with him. That would make sense. Maybe somebody knew he was working late and decided to scare him. So he got up and looked out into the hallway. No one was there. The hall was empty. He waited for a moment. Nothing. No footsteps. No laughter. No sound of someone running away. Still, he did not immediately panic. Maybe the door had closed because of air pressure. Maybe someone had just gone around the corner. There were normal possibilities. So he decided to investigate. He walked down the hallway, looking for whoever might still be inside. Then another door slammed. This time it was the door to a janitorial closet. He heard it clearly. The sound came from nearby. Now he had an exact location. He went to the closet. Maybe a janitor had gone inside. Maybe somebody was hiding there to scare him. He opened the door and looked in. No one. The room was completely empty, and according to him, this was not some huge storage area with shelves, side rooms, or places where a person could disappear. It was basically an enclosed brick room. There were no hiding places, no second exit. No place where someone could have gone after slamming the door. He checked. Nothing. At that point, he had heard two doors slam in an otherwise empty school. The second one led directly to a room where there was absolutely no one. That was enough for him. He left. Quickly, and honestly I do not blame him. Maybe there was some normal explanation. Old buildings do strange things. Air pressure can move doors. Heating systems can create sudden changes. A door that looks fully closed might not actually be latched. All of that is possible. But if you are standing alone inside a dark school at 9:30 at night and a janitorial closet slams shut nearby, then you open it and find nobody inside, logic starts becoming a lot less comforting. That is only one story. The auditorium is where a lot of the stranger experiences seem to happen. In fact, the auditorium is generally considered the most haunted room in the entire school. Our DECA advisor has told several stories about it. He is also one of those people who actually enjoys the school's reputation. Every year he takes club members on what he calls ghost hunts. He is not forcing anyone to believe the place is haunted. It is more like a tradition. They go through the building at night, especially the auditorium, and see if anything happens. One year, the DECA group had just returned from a competition. It was late, around 10 at night. Instead of immediately going home, they decided to do an unplanned ghost hunt. They went into the auditorium. That room is already creepy when the school is empty. Rows of seats, a large stage, heavy curtains, props, dark corners, backstage areas, a trap door under the stage. During the day, it is just a normal school auditorium. At night, with most of the lights off, it becomes something else. The group was inside when suddenly they heard a huge crash. Several prop spears had fallen to the ground. These were stage props that had been stored in the room. The sound was loud enough that everybody reacted immediately. They turned on the lights within seconds. Nobody was there. No student hiding behind the curtains. No janitor. No teacher. Nothing, naturally. They started checking the room. One possible explanation was that someone had been beneath the stage. There was a trap door that led into the area under it. Maybe another student had gone down there and was somehow moving things around, so they checked the trap door. It was still padlocked from the top. That meant nobody had gone underneath through that entrance. At least, not without somehow locking the padlock again from the wrong side. The group looked around. There was no obvious person responsible. Maybe the spears had simply fallen. Props are not always stored perfectly. They could have shifted. Maybe someone had leaned them badly earlier in the day. Maybe vibration or gravity finally caused them to fall over. That would be a simple explanation. Except the timing felt strange. The group had entered the auditorium specifically to look for paranormal activity. They were there late at night. Then, suddenly, a group of prop weapons crashed to the ground. No one was standing beside them. No one was under the stage. That alone was enough to make the group nervous. But it was not the only time something happened in the auditorium. The same year, they were back in the room again. Once more, they heard a loud crash. This time, it was a bucket. The bucket had been sitting on a shelf. When they found it, it was not lying directly beneath the shelf. It had ended up on the other side of the room. That was what bothered them. If the bucket had simply fallen, you would expect it to land somewhere close to where it had been stored. Maybe bounce, maybe roll a little. But according to the people who were there, it looked like the bucket had been thrown. It had traveled across the room. Again, nobody was standing near it. No one admitted touching it. There was no person hiding in the room. The group did not stay long enough to investigate every possible explanation. They got out. I probably would have done the same thing. It is easy to say you would remain calm when hearing a story from the comfort of your own home. You can sit there and say maybe the shelf was uneven. Maybe the bucket rolled. Maybe something hit it. But when you are physically standing in a dark auditorium late at night and an object suddenly crashes across the room, your body reacts before your logical brain has time to make a list of explanations. The stories about the school do not stop there. There are apparently dozens. Teachers have stories. Janitors have stories. Students have stories. Some are probably exaggerated. That is inevitable. Once a school gets a reputation for being haunted, every strange noise becomes a ghost story. Someone hears footsteps when nobody is around. Haunted, a door opens. Haunted, a light flickers. Haunted, that happens everywhere. But what makes this place interesting is the way some staff members react when they tell their own experiences. Some of them clearly do not enjoy talking about it. They do not tell the stories like jokes. They do not smile while trying to scare students. Some look genuinely uncomfortable. That is what makes me listen. You can usually tell when someone enjoys the attention of telling a spooky story. They make it dramatic. They pause at the right moments. They wait for reactions. But some of these teachers tell their experiences differently. More like they still do not understand what happened. More like they would actually prefer to have a normal explanation. The DECA advisor, on the other hand, enjoys telling the stories. Since I am in DECA, I have heard several from him. I am actually looking forward to going on one of the ghost hunts because I want to see what the auditorium feels like after everyone else has gone home. One story he told involved a chair. He had taken a group of students into the auditorium during one of these nighttime hunts. There was a chair inside. Nothing special about it. Just a chair. At some point, the advisor sat down. The group stayed in the auditorium for a while. Eventually, they were ready to leave. He stood up from the chair. Obviously, when someone gets out of a chair, especially one that can rock or move, it may shift for a few seconds afterward. That is completely normal. The chair moved when he stood. Then it stopped. The group started heading toward the exit. About 30 seconds passed, maybe a little more. The chair had been still. Then, as they were leaving, the advisor happened to look back. The chair was rocking, back and forth, as though someone had just stood up from it. He stopped. Everyone looked. No one was sitting there. No one was standing beside it. The chair just continued moving. That story creeps me out more than the crashing props. Maybe because it is quieter. A spear falling can be explained as bad storage. A bucket might slide off a shelf. But there is something disturbing about an empty chair moving after it had already stopped. It creates a very specific image. Someone invisible sitting there. Then standing up. Of course, there could still be explanations. Maybe the chair had not completely stopped. Maybe the floor was uneven. Maybe somebody walking nearby caused enough vibration to make it move. Auditoriums can have strange floors. Heavy footsteps can travel. Air can move through large rooms. It is possible. But according to the advisor, he knew the chair had already stopped after he got up. Then, around 30 seconds later, it was moving again. That would be difficult to ignore if you were actually there. The thing I find most interesting about all these stories is that none of them involve some clear ghost appearing in front of everyone. No one sees a transparent person walking across the stage. No one has a conversation with a dead student. Most of the stories are about movement. Doors, objects, sounds, the kind of things that can almost be explained. Almost. That makes them more believable to me. If someone told me they walked into the auditorium and saw 20 ghosts dancing on stage, I would probably laugh. But a door slamming inside an empty hallway? That can happen. A janitorial closet closing when nobody is there? Possible. A group of prop spears falling? Maybe. A bucket ending up far away from the shelf it was sitting on? Strange. A chair rocking after it had already stopped? Uncomfortable, each incident by itself can be dismissed. When you hear dozens of similar stories from people who have worked in the building for years, it becomes harder. I think about the janitors especially. If anyone knows what a school sounds like when empty, it is them. They are often there after students leave. They hear heating systems, pipes, doors, old equipment. They know which noises are normal. So when a janitor says something unusual happened, I take that a little more seriously than a student hearing a random creak during class. The same goes for teachers who refuse to stay alone at night. Maybe they are simply easily frightened. That is possible. But I wonder what experiences made them create that rule for themselves. Most people do not suddenly decide they will never be alone inside their workplace after dark without a reason. Maybe the reason is only stories from coworkers. Maybe hearing enough rumors makes you uncomfortable. Or maybe some of them have heard things they do not want to hear again. The auditorium seems to be the center of everything. I have wondered why. Old theaters and auditoriums always seem to collect ghost stories. Maybe it is because they naturally feel creepy when empty. They are designed for crowds. When the seats are empty, the room feels wrong somehow. A stage is supposed to have performers. An audience area is supposed to have people. At night, there are only rows of empty seats facing darkness. Then there are all the backstage spaces. Storage rooms, curtains, props, trap doors, places where someone could hide. All those physical features create noises and shadows. That alone could explain why so many stories develop there. But maybe there is also some history behind the auditorium. I do not know. Maybe something happened there years ago. Maybe not. I have heard enough stories that I would like to know more about the history of the school. When was it built? Was the auditorium always part of it? Did anything unusual happen there? Did someone die in the building? I have no idea. At the same time, sometimes researching the history of a supposedly haunted place makes things worse. You start looking for tragedies because you already expect them. Then, when you find one, every strange sound gets connected to it. Human beings are very good at creating patterns. Maybe that is all the haunting is. A collection of normal events that have slowly become connected through years of storytelling. One teacher hears a door slam. He tells another teacher. Later, someone hears something in the auditorium. Now the building has a reputation. Students hear the stories. They go looking for ghosts. A prop falls. That becomes another story. Then a bucket moves. Another story. A chair rocks. Another story. Years later, nobody remembers where the reputation originally started. That is completely possible. But reputation alone does not explain every event. Someone still had to hear the door. The closet still had to slam. The spears still had to fall. The bucket still had to cross the room. The chair still had to move. There may be normal explanations for all of them. I am not saying there are definitely ghosts in my high school. I cannot prove that. I have not personally seen one. But I understand why people believe the place is haunted. There are simply too many stories, and they come from too many different people. I also find it interesting that many of these events happen late at night, around 9:30, 10 o'clock, after competitions, after work, when the building is nearly empty. Maybe that supports the normal explanation. Schools make noises when they cool down at night. Air systems change. Doors move because of pressure. Old materials shift. During the day, those sounds are covered by hundreds of students. At night, you hear everything. That is probably part of it. But if I were alone and heard a janitorial door slam, I would still leave. I would not stand there thinking about air pressure, especially after opening the room and finding nobody. I am curious about what will happen when I eventually go on one of the DECA ghost hunts. Part of me expects absolutely nothing. We will walk through the auditorium. Everyone will whisper. Someone will hear a normal building noise and jump. We will laugh. Then we will go home. Honestly, that is probably exactly what will happen. Another part of me is not so sure. I think I would be fine with hearing something. A knock. A distant noise. Maybe even a door moving. What I do not want is anything that feels like a direct response. That is where curiosity ends for me. If someone says, make a noise if you're here, and something immediately crashes across the room, I am leaving. No investigation. No second question. No asking for another sign. I do not need proof that badly. The chair story is probably the one I think about most when imagining being in the auditorium. I picture the advisor standing up. The chair rocks naturally. Then it stops. Everyone begins walking away. Half a minute passes. He looks back. It is moving again. That image is simple. No special effects. No screaming ghost. Just an empty chair rocking in a dark auditorium. Something about that is much worse. Maybe because it suggests presence without showing anything. Your mind fills in the missing person. Who was sitting there after him? Why did they stand? Were they watching the group leave? Obviously, that is only imagination. The chair may have moved for a completely normal reason. But ghost stories live in the space between what happened and what we cannot explain. The bucket crossed the room. Why? The spears fell. Why then? The closet door slammed. Who touched it? The chair moved again. What started it? Maybe someday someone will explain every story. Maybe there is a ventilation problem that affects the doors. Maybe the stage floor vibrates in a way that moves objects. Maybe the shelf holding the bucket was badly angled. Maybe the chair had a mechanical issue. That would honestly be interesting too. I do not need the building to be haunted. But until somebody explains everything, the stories remain. And every year, more seem to appear. That is how legends grow. One strange night becomes 10 stories. One teacher tells a new employee. A janitor tells a student. Students join DECA and hear about the auditorium. Then they go looking for something themselves. Maybe expectation creates the experiences. Maybe something else does. I do not know. What I do know is that my high school becomes a completely different place after dark. The hallway's empty. The classrooms go quiet. The auditorium sits in darkness. And suddenly all those stories become much easier to believe. A teacher working alone hears a door slam. He checks. Nothing. Then the janitorial closet slams. Empty. He leaves. A group of students enters the auditorium after a competition. Prop spears crash to the ground. The trap door beneath the stage is still padlocked. Another night, a bucket comes off a shelf and lands far across the room as though someone threw it. Another group prepares to leave after a ghost hunt. The advisor looks back. The chair he had been sitting in, a chair that had already stopped moving, is rocking again. No one is near it. Those are only a few of the stories I remember. There are many more. Some come from teachers, some from janitors, some from students. And sometimes when faculty members tell them, you can see from their faces that they are not trying to entertain anyone. They are remembering something they still cannot explain. Maybe the school is haunted. Maybe it is just an old building full of strange sounds and years of rumors. I have not decided yet. But I know one thing. If I ever find myself alone in that auditorium late at night and I hear a bucket crash across the room, or I see an empty chair start rocking by itself, I am not staying around long enough to figure it out. Me, my mom, my stepdad, and my little sister used to live together in a big house in a really nice neighborhood. We all loved that house so much. It had a lot of space, a nice yard, good neighbors, everything a family could want. But no matter how much we loved the house itself, there was always this one part of it that none of us wanted anything to do with. And that was the cellar. The cellar was huge, split into about 4 separate rooms, and honestly, it felt more like its own little basement level than just a small storage space. Out of all those rooms, the only one we actually used regularly was the laundry room, which connected straight to our garage. The rest of the cellar just sat there, mostly empty, never touched. My mom had kept a bunch of toys down there from when my sister and I were little kids, telling herself that maybe her own grandchildren would play with them someday. Those toys just sat in a pile, along with some old clothes still hanging on their hangers, collecting dust in rooms nobody wanted to walk into. The cellar was never renovated the whole time we lived there, and I honestly do not know if that is the reason it felt so unsettling, or if there was something else going on entirely. All I know is that every single one of us, without exception, hated being down there. There was this feeling, hard to put into words, like something did not want any of us in that space. It was not just me being a nervous kid either. Every member of my family felt it. The first real memory I have of something paranormal happening involves my stepdad. And this matters, because my stepdad is about as skeptical of ghosts and the supernatural as a person can be. He does not believe in that stuff, never has, and he is definitely not the type of person to get spooked easily. So when I tell you that one day he came sprinting up those cellar stairs, looking absolutely terrified, you have to understand how unusual that was for him. My stepdad does not run, ever, but that day he did, and he was clearly shaken. He told us what happened. He had been down there doing laundry, just going about his normal routine, when he started hearing the hangers in one of the other rooms moving on their own, like something was pushing through the old clothes hanging there. Then, on top of that, one of the toys my mother had saved from our childhood suddenly turned on by itself and started playing its little tune, and then, even stranger, it rewound itself and started playing again. That was enough for him. He did not even finish the laundry. He just left everything down there and came straight up the stairs. Around that same time, my mother started telling us about something that had been happening to her whenever she went down to do laundry. She said she kept hearing children's voices calling out, "Mom, Mom," over and over, sounding exactly like me and my sister calling for her. At first, she probably assumed it really was one of us, but then she would remember that we were at school at that exact time, and she was completely alone in the house. This happened more than once. Eventually, after paying closer attention to the voice, she realized it sounded like a young girl, somewhere between 3 and 5 years old. Definitely not either of our voices as they actually sounded at our real ages. That is what pushed us to start digging into the history a little more, trying to figure out if there was some kind of explanation. Through talking with family, we eventually learned that my stepdad had a cousin who drowned as a small child in a puddle, which sounds almost impossible, but apparently is exactly what happened. Once we heard that, all of us started to wonder if the little girl's voice my mother kept hearing might have been her, somehow still connected to the family in some way, trying to reach out or make contact with us. Then there was the night with the handprint, which is probably the single most frightening thing that happened in that whole house. We had all gone out together as a family for dinner at a restaurant, and we got home pretty late that night. I went downstairs to use the bathroom, and when I looked at the mirror above the sink, there was a small handprint on the glass. It was clearly a child's handprint, and it looked greasy, almost like a toddler who had just been eating with their hands and then touched the mirror with those same messy fingers. We compared it to my little sister's hand right away, just to rule out the obvious explanation, and it did not match hers at all. It was smaller, and clearly from a much younger child. What made it even more disturbing was the position of the print. That mirror was mounted directly above the bathroom basin, high enough that there was no possible way a small child could reach up and touch it on their own. Someone would have had to physically pick the child up and hold them there so they could press their hand against the glass. And there was only one handprint, just the one single mark, nothing smudged or repeated. On top of all of that, We had not had a single guest over at the house. Not that day, not recently. Nobody had brought a small child anywhere near that bathroom. We should have noticed it before we even left for dinner that evening, but none of us had. It absolutely terrified my entire family. I remember being so scared I could barely process it. I took a picture of that handprint at the time, actually holding my own hand up next to it in the photo so you could see the size difference clearly. It felt important to document it, to have proof that this really happened, and that I was not imagining the whole thing. But when I went looking for that picture later on, I could not find it anywhere. It was like the photo had just vanished completely, gone from wherever I thought I had saved it. To this day, I still have not been able to track it down, and I am honestly still trying, because having that image again would mean a lot to me, even though just thinking about searching for it gives me chills. After that incident with the handprint, things escalated again, this time involving my little sister, who was about 12 years old at the time. She started telling us that she kept seeing a dark shadow standing at her bedroom door at night. She was absolutely terrified of it. According to her, it looked like the shape of a man, just standing there in the doorway, silently watching her. And she said she could tell, somehow, that whatever it was did not have good intentions toward her. She described it as watching her with a kind of focused attention that made her feel deeply unsafe, like it was not just passing through, but was actually there for a reason. And that reason had something to do with her specifically. My mother, understandably, was scared for my sister and for the rest of us at that point. She decided to try something to help push back against whatever was going on in the house. She got some dry sage and burned it throughout the house, especially around the cellar and my sister's room, as a way of trying to cleanse the space and encourage whatever was there to leave us alone. I honestly cannot remember for certain whether it actually made a difference or not, since so much time has passed, but I do have a general sense that things calmed down somewhat afterward, at least for a while. In the last year that we lived in that house, before we eventually moved away, my parents decided to fully renovate the cellar. They turned it into a proper finished space, with a brand new bathroom, a working area, and even a nice living room down there. It looked completely different from what it used to be. Bright, modern, comfortable, nothing like the dark, unfinished rooms full of old toys and hanging clothes that we remembered. But even with all that renovation, even with how genuinely nice it looked afterward, none of us ever wanted to spend time down there. Not one of us. We would go down if we absolutely had to, grab what we needed, and come right back up. Nobody relaxed in that new living room. Nobody used that new bathroom if they could avoid it. The physical space had changed completely, but the feeling never did. Eventually, we ended up selling the house and moving somewhere else entirely. And since the day we left, nothing like that has happened again to any of us. No shadow figures, no handprints, no toys turning on by themselves, no voices calling out for Mom when nobody else was supposed to be home. Whatever it was, it seems to have stayed behind in that house, tied to that cellar, and it has not followed us into our new life since we moved on. I still think about that time a lot, especially the handprint and that missing photograph. Part of me really wants to find that picture again someday, just to have solid proof of what we all went through, something to show people when they ask if I really believe any of this actually happened. But even without the photo, I know what I saw with my own eyes that night, and I know what the rest of my family experienced too, each of us in our own way, all pointing toward the same conclusion, that something was living in that cellar with us the entire time we were in that house, and it never wanted us there. This is something that actually happened to me even though I have shared it before online and had people tell me it could not have been real. But it did happen, exactly the way I am about to describe it. And I still think about it, often. I was 16 years old at the time, and it was the summer of 1988, which means this was well before the internet existed the way it does now, and long before anyone had a cell phone. Boredom during summer break back then was a very real and very serious problem. My friend, who I will just call B, and I had gotten interested in New Age things that year. Tarot cards, crystals, that kind of thing. It felt harmless and fun at first. But at some point we crossed a line we probably should not have crossed when we came across an old leather-bound book, red in color, that was all about witchcraft. Inside that book, we found instructions for creating a magic circle using a knife, which we drew directly onto the floor of my bedroom. We did not have an actual Ouija board, so we improvised one using the top piece of wood from my desk, which happened to slide out easily. Following the exact instructions written in the book, we painted letters and numbers onto that wooden piece using green paint, since the book claimed that detail actually mattered for how the whole thing worked. I want to make clear that I used watercolor paint for this, because I was not about to permanently ruin my own desk over some ritual from a book. For the planchette, the little pointer that is supposed to move around and spell things out, we used an upside-down plastic margarine container, since that was the closest thing we had on hand. We sat down cross-legged in the middle of the circle we had carved into the floor, facing each other, with a wooden board balanced between us. We each placed one finger from each hand onto the margarine container. The second our fingers touched it, it started moving fast, zooming all over the board with a speed that did not feel natural at all. My friend let out a scream and immediately pulled her hands away. I did not pull away. And I want to be clear that I know for certain I was not the one pushing it around, because I could feel that the movement was not coming from me. So we kept going, just me now, asking it all sorts of questions. Some of what we asked was silly teenage stuff, like which boys liked us. Nothing serious. But there was one part of the session that has stuck with me more than anything else. It told me specific details about my mother's death. Details I did not know at the time and had no way of knowing. Years later, once I turned 18 and was legally able to request the official police records from the investigation into her death, I looked them up myself and confirmed that everything the board had told me that night was accurate. After we finished, we cleaned everything up, put the wooden desk piece back where it belonged, and hid the book away. Not long after that, I started getting an extremely bad headache, one of the worst I had ever experienced. On top of that, I could not keep any food down at all. I ended up stuck in bed for about a week and a half, barely eating anything during that entire stretch. By the end of it, I had lost 15 pounds, which, as a 16-year-old girl at the time, I remember thinking was actually kind of great, even while everything else about the situation was terrifying. During that entire time, lying in my dark bedroom, unable to really function, I kept seeing something with what felt like my mind's eye. There was a demon crouched on top of my dresser, right at the foot of my bed. It looked a lot like a gremlin, with skin that looked burned and cracked, and eyes that glowed red. It never did anything violent or dramatic. It just stayed there, crouched in that same spot, grinning at me the entire time. Eventually, my dad, who was a physician, realized that whatever was happening to me had gone far beyond a normal flu or stomach bug. He decided I was dangerously ill and needed real medical attention, so he had me admitted to the hospital. By that point, I was incredibly weak and severely dehydrated, and the headache had never once let up, not for a single moment since it started. The doctors performed a spinal tap on me, and the results came back showing viral meningitis. I ended up staying in the hospital for several days, hooked up to IV fluids, and since it was viral rather than bacterial, there was not much they could do except let it run its course and support my body while it fought through it. Looking back, I genuinely believe I barely survived that illness. A few weeks later, I was finally back home, but I was still incredibly weak. I could not even walk from one side of the house to the other without having to stop and rest partway through. I was constantly hunched over, unable to stand up straight no matter how hard I tried. My body just would not cooperate. Around that time, my friend B came over to visit and reminded me that the local New Age store was holding its annual psychic fair that weekend, with tarot card readers, healers, and various vendors set up. We had actually been planning to go to it together all summer long before any of this happened. I warned her that I would not be able to stay very long since I was still so weak. But she said that was completely fine, and so the two of us went over together. The moment we walked through the door, one of the women working there let out a loud gasp and said something like, "Oh my goodness," and immediately rushed straight over to me. Within seconds, I was surrounded by several of the psychic readers and healers who were working the fair that day, and more than a few of them looked visibly shaken and alarmed just from looking at me. The woman who had gasped first told me directly that I had a demon attached to my back, and without wasting any time, she said she needed to do an aura clearing on me right then and there. She instructed me to close my eyes and picture golden bubbles flowing all around my body. Then she raised her hand and began sweeping it slowly around me, staying very close to my skin without ever actually touching it, moving from the top of my head all the way down to the floor, circling around my entire body as she went. Partway through this, I suddenly felt something like claws physically tearing themselves out of my back. It is hard to describe exactly what that felt like, but it was sharp and sudden and unmistakable. And immediately after that sensation, I found that I could stand up completely straight again for the first time in weeks, and I felt entirely, completely better, almost instantly. From what she explained afterward, what she had done was cleanse me using what she called white light. Interestingly, I actually ended up learning her technique and using it myself later on with friends of mine who were dealing with bad headaches, and every single time, their headaches went away after I did it. As for the woman at the fair, she never once asked me for any money for what she did, and honestly, paying her never even crossed my mind in the moment. She and the other readers around us seemed genuinely shaken and horrified once we explained the whole story to them, from the homemade Ouija board to the meningitis diagnosis to everything else. According to what they told us, what my friend and I had done that night was open up some kind of spiritual channel without having any protection in place and without any real guidance on what we were doing, and a dark entity had taken full advantage of that opening. To sum it all up, I nearly died after playing around with a homemade Ouija board that my friend and I built ourselves out of a desk piece and a margarine container, using instructions from an old book on witchcraft. I know how difficult all of this is to believe, and I completely understand if people hear this story and assume I am exaggerating or making it up. But every part of it happened exactly the way I have described it, and I am still willing to answer questions about any part of it if people want to know more. This story did not happen to me personally. It happened to my mother when she was a teenager, long before I was born. My mom is now in her mid-60s. She is not an extremely religious person. She does not spend every day reading the Bible, and she rarely goes to church. She believes in God, and she does pray every night, but mostly because praying gives her comfort and helps her feel at peace before she goes to sleep. Growing up, I never thought of her as someone who was obsessed with religion or constantly afraid of supernatural things. She was actually fine with most horror movies. Every once in a while, we would watch something spooky together. Nothing extremely violent or disturbing, But normal horror movies were never a problem. Ghosts, haunted houses, monsters, that kind of thing. She could watch those without becoming upset. That is why I started noticing there was one specific kind of horror she absolutely refused to watch. Anything involving possession, anything involving exorcisms, anything that dealt directly with demons. She wanted nothing to do with it. The first time I really noticed this was when I asked her if she wanted to watch The Exorcist with me. Her reaction was immediate. No hesitation, no curiosity. Nothing. She completely refused. Not a casual, I don't really feel like watching that. She made it clear there was absolutely no way she would ever watch it. I remember thinking her reaction seemed unusually strong. She had watched scary movies with me before, so I did not understand why this particular one was such a problem. I asked her about it, but at the time she did not really explain. She simply said she would never watch anything involving possession or exorcisms. That was the end of the discussion, at least for a while. Then, later on, the movie Constantine came out. I had seen the trailer and thought she might enjoy it. It was supernatural and dark, but also more of an action movie in some ways. So I showed her the trailer. Near the beginning, there is a scene involving a girl behaving in a clearly possessed way, including climbing along the ceiling. The moment my mother saw that, she refused again. Absolutely not. She was not going to watch the movie. There was no way to convince her. That was when I really started wondering what was going on. It was too specific. Ghosts did not bother her this way. Other horror movies did not cause this kind of reaction. But show her anything involving demonic possession, and she wanted it turned off immediately. There was another thing about her that had always been strange, too. Ouija boards. My mother hates them. I mean, genuinely hates them. If someone even jokes about bringing a Ouija board into her house, her entire mood changes. She will tell you not to do it. If you keep pushing, she becomes angry. She has made it clear that no Ouija board is ever coming into her home. Not as a joke, not as a decoration, not because someone thinks it would be funny, nothing. She would rather throw someone out of the house than allow them to bring one inside. She will yell. She will curse. She will keep arguing until the subject is dropped. That is how strongly she feels about them. For years, I knew this about her without knowing why. Eventually, I became curious enough to ask. I wanted to know why a woman who could watch ordinary horror movies without much trouble was so completely terrified of possession, exorcisms, and Ouija boards. That was when she finally told me what happened to her when she was a teenager. She was staying overnight at a friend's house. It was a normal teenage sleepover. Nothing about the evening started out strange. My mother and some of her friends were hanging out together, talking and playing games. The friends' parents were also home. They were in another part of the room or nearby, watching television. There were adults in the house. The lights were on. Nobody was hiding in an abandoned building or doing anything that felt dangerous. It was just a normal evening. At some point, the girls started playing a board game on the floor. My mother had never played this particular game before. She did not know what it was supposed to do. She had no experience with Ouija boards and apparently did not understand the stories surrounding them. To her, it was simply another game. There was a board covered in letters and numbers, along with a small piece that everyone placed their hands on. The idea was that you asked questions, and the piece would supposedly move around the board to spell out answers. The girls began playing. At first, it was probably mostly fun. They asked the kinds of questions teenagers would ask. Simple things. Silly things. Questions meant to see whether the board would actually respond. Someone would ask something. Then the piece would move. Maybe one girl thought another was pushing it. Maybe everyone accused everyone else. That is how these games usually go. Nobody takes it completely seriously at first, but eventually they started asking questions about whether there was a spirit in the house. According to my mother, the board indicated that there was. That made the game more exciting. Now they had something to focus on. There was supposedly some kind of presence with them. They started asking more questions. Then, someone decided they wanted proof. They asked whatever was there to show itself. Nothing happened. The room stayed normal. The lights remained on. The television continued playing. Nothing appeared. No strange sound, no ghost, no movement. That probably made them feel braver. Maybe they laughed. Maybe someone said the board was fake. Whatever happened, asking politely was apparently not enough for them, so they pushed further. Instead of simply asking the spirit to show itself, they demanded it. Show yourself. Prove you are here. That was when my mother said she first realized something was wrong. Every light in the house went out. Not one lamp, not one room, everything. The lights went dark throughout the house. The television shut off too. For a moment, the entire house was black. Then, almost immediately, everything snapped back on. The lights returned. The television came back. The whole thing happened so quickly that it was easy to explain away. A power problem. A brief electrical failure. Maybe something happened with the power lines outside. Maybe the entire neighborhood lost electricity for a second. It was strange timing, but strange timing does not prove anything supernatural. My mother and her friends apparently tried to convince themselves of that. It was just a fluke, nothing more. But they continued playing. That is the part that always gets me. Today, if you ask my mother what she would do if something like that happened around a Ouija board, she would probably leave the house immediately. But she was a teenager then. She did not have the fear she has now. She did not yet have a reason to believe they were doing something dangerous. So they kept asking questions. Eventually, they asked the board directly, "Who are you?" The piece began moving. At first, it did not go directly to a letter. It moved in large circles around the board, round and round. Everyone still had their hands on it. My mother remembered that clearly. The movement felt strange. Then the piece stopped. D, it moved again. E, then V. Then I, then L. Devil, my mother and her friends looked at one another. Obviously, the first thought was that someone was messing around. One of the girls had to be pushing it. That was the only reasonable explanation. They were teenagers playing a strange board game. Someone wanted to scare everyone else. That had to be it. Still, the mood had changed. The word on the board was not funny anymore. Maybe someone laughed nervously. Maybe they accused each other. But the group was still curious. They decided to challenge it. "If you are really the devil," they said, "show yourself." Then they waited. Nothing happened. For a little while, everything remained quiet. That probably made them feel stupid. Maybe they were about to laugh the whole thing off. Then the television suddenly went black. This time, from what my mother described, the lights did not all disappear with it. The television simply shut off. The dark screen became reflective. And in that reflection, they could see something. There was a shape in the room. A figure. Something sitting near them. My mother and her friends saw it. The friends' parents could see it too. That detail is what has always made the story more disturbing to me. It was not only a group of excited teenagers convincing each other that they had seen something. The adults were there. They were looking at the same dark television screen. And according to my mother, they could also make out the shape of something terrifying sitting there with them. She has never described every detail of what the figure looked like. Maybe she does not want to. Maybe the memory is unclear. But she remembers the feeling. Something was there, close, sitting near them. Watching, at the same time, the temperature inside the house changed. It became extremely cold, not slightly cooler. Cold enough that everyone noticed. One moment, they were sitting inside a normal house. Then the television went dark. Something appeared in the reflection, and the room seemed to lose its warmth. That was when the girls stopped treating the board like a game. The atmosphere had changed completely. Then came the sounds from the kitchen. Loud noises. Things moving. Objects that had been sitting on top of the refrigerator suddenly fell or were thrown down. Cupboard doors began opening and closing. The kitchen seemed to come alive. My mother could hear things banging around. There was no longer any interest in asking more questions. No one wanted to know who or what they had contacted. No one wanted another answer from the board. They immediately stopped. They closed everything up. The board was put away. Then they threw it in the trash. As far as my mother was concerned, that was the end of it. She never wanted to touch one again. Even today, decades later, she refuses to have one anywhere near her. I think most people would already consider that enough of a frightening experience. The power going out immediately after they demanded a spirit appear. The board spelling devil. The dark figure visible in the television reflection. The sudden cold. The noises in the kitchen. Objects falling. Cupboard doors moving. But according to my mother, the strangest part happened later that night. Eventually, everyone tried to go to sleep. I cannot imagine how my mother managed to sleep after what happened. Maybe everyone convinced themselves it was over. The board was gone. The lights were working. The kitchen had stopped making noise. The parents were home. Nothing else happened for a while. At some point, my mother fell asleep. Then, she woke up. Something had made a loud sound above the house. She stayed still and listened. At first, she did not understand what she was hearing. There was a metallic noise, clanging, dragging. It sounded like chains. Then she heard dogs. The noises seemed to be coming from the roof. Dogs and chains moving directly above them. That made no sense. There could not be dogs on the roof. My mother tried to explain it logically. Maybe the sound was actually coming from somewhere outside. Maybe a neighbor had dogs. Maybe the sound traveled strangely at night and only seemed to come from above. That had to be it. She listened for a while. Chains, dogs, something moving across the roof. Eventually, the sound stopped. My mother somehow made it through the rest of the night. The next morning, she got up. The experience was still bothering her. She went to her friend's parents and asked them a question. Did any of the neighbors have dogs? She wanted a normal explanation. Maybe there had been dogs barking outside, and she had only imagined that they were on the roof. The parents told her no. There were no neighboring dogs that would explain it. Then they said something that frightened her even more. They had heard it too. They also heard dogs and chains on the roof during the night. My mother had not imagined the sound by herself. The adults heard it. That was apparently the final part of the experience. Nothing attacked anyone. No one became possessed. No demon appeared physically in front of them. They made it through the night. Morning came. My mother eventually went home. Life continued. But something about her changed permanently. She never touched a Ouija board again. She never wanted to be near one. She became completely unwilling to watch movies involving demonic possession or exorcisms. Decades later, the reaction is still the same. There is no joking with her about it. That is one reason I believe she is telling the truth about what she remembers. Maybe there are normal explanations for everything that happened. I have thought about that many times. The first power outage could have been exactly what they originally believed. A coincidence. The electrical system could have failed for a second. A transformer could have had a problem. Maybe the timing was unfortunate. They demanded that a spirit show itself, and at that exact moment, the electricity went out. Creepy, but possible. The board spelling devil could easily have been caused by one of the teenagers. Ouija boards are not difficult to move. Someone could have been pushing without admitting it. There is also the possibility that nobody consciously pushed it. People can make small movements without realizing they are doing it. That could explain the letters. The figure in the television reflection is harder to understand, but maybe it was a shadow. Maybe furniture, clothing, or someone in the room created a shape that looked frightening once everyone was already scared. Fear changes the way people see things. Once the word devil had appeared on the board, everyone was expecting something terrible. A dark reflection could easily become a figure. The temperature change might also have been psychological. People who become frightened sometimes feel cold. Adrenaline can cause strange physical reactions. Or maybe the heating system temporarily stopped when the power failed. The noises in the kitchen could have been something falling. Cupboards might not have been properly closed. Maybe vibration caused objects to move. There are explanations. Even the dogs in chains could possibly have been something outside. An animal, metal moving in the wind. Some equipment nearby. Maybe sounds traveled across the neighborhood and seemed closer than they actually were. All of that is possible. That is the skeptical explanation. And honestly, I usually prefer skeptical explanations. The problem is not any one event. It is everything happening together. They ask a spirit to show itself. The lights go out. They ask who it is. The board spells devil. They challenge it to appear. The television goes dark. A figure is visible in the reflection. The house becomes cold. The kitchen erupts with noise. Then later, after everyone goes to bed, dogs in chains seem to move across the roof. And the adults hear those sounds too. You can explain every part separately. Putting all of them together is harder. My mother certainly does not believe it was coincidence. She truly believes something was in that house with them. To her, the answer the board gave was real. She believes they invited something into the room. And when they demanded that it prove itself, it did. I have never heard her tell the story with excitement. That matters to me. Some people love telling ghost stories because they enjoy seeing everyone react. They add dramatic details. They smile while telling them. My mother does not. When this subject comes up, she becomes uncomfortable. She does not seem proud of what happened. She does not enjoy remembering it. The experience scared her enough that more than 40 years later, it still controls certain things she refuses to do. That is not something I can easily dismiss. I remember asking her about possession movies before I knew the story. She did not simply say they were too frightening. She acted like watching them was something she absolutely should not do, as though even seeing those images could bring back something she wanted to keep buried. The Ouija board reaction is even stronger. I have seen her become genuinely angry over the idea of one being brought inside her home. Most people who think Ouija boards are silly would simply laugh. My mother does not laugh. To her, they are dangerous. There is no discussion, no experiment, no curiosity. Nothing could convince her to touch one again. I think she believes that what happened when she was a teenager was a warning. They did not understand what they were doing. They treated it like a game. They asked questions. Then, when they did not get the reaction they wanted, they started demanding proof. Looking back, she seems to believe that was the worst thing they could have done. They challenged whatever they believed they were communicating with. They asked it to show itself. Then, they dared it to prove it was the devil. And after that, the house changed. Maybe it was all fear and coincidence. Maybe one teenager pushed the board. Maybe the power failed. Maybe the kitchen noises were caused by normal things. Maybe the figure in the TV was only a reflection. I was not there. I cannot say. The story happened long before I was born. All I have is my mother's memory. But there is one thing I do know. My mother is not the kind of person who normally invents supernatural stories. She does not go around claiming to see demons. She does not spend her time looking for ghosts. She does not constantly talk about religion. She lived a normal life, raised a family, got older, and yet this one experience never left her. Even now, if The Exorcist comes up, the answer is no. Anything involving possession? No. Anything involving exorcisms? No. A movie trailer showing a possessed girl climbing a ceiling? Turn it off. And if anyone ever tries to bring a Ouija board into her house, they are going to have a serious problem with her. That fear came from somewhere. According to my mother, it came from one night when she was a teenager. One sleepover. One board game she did not understand. One stupid decision to ask whether a spirit was inside the house. One demand for it to show itself. Then, darkness. The board spelling a word nobody wanted to see. D-E-V-I-L. Then the television going black. Something appearing in the reflection. Something sitting right beside them. The air becoming freezing cold. The kitchen suddenly exploding with noise. Then, hours later, chains dragging across the roof. Dogs moving above them. Sounds that should have been impossible. And the next morning, learning that she had not been the only person who heard them. Maybe that night has a normal explanation. Maybe every detail can be explained if you try hard enough. But my mother has never believed that. She believes something answered them. Something was there. Something they should never have invited. And every time she tells me the story, I get the same cold feeling running down my back. Not because I know the devil was actually in that house. I do not. But because when my mother tells it, I can see how serious she is. There is no smile, no joke, no excitement. Only fear that has somehow survived from her teenage years all the way into her 60s. And that is enough to make me wonder what she really saw sitting beside them in the reflection of that dark television screen. My dad has a story from his younger years in New Mexico that has always bothered me, especially because it sounds strangely similar in feeling to other stories involving possession, curses, or things people believe they should never have messed with. He has never been someone who loves talking about supernatural things. He does not spend his time telling ghost stories. He is not the kind of person who gets excited about horror movies involving demons or possession. In fact, he is the exact opposite. He refuses to watch that kind of thing. Anything involving exorcisms, demonic possession, or people supposedly dealing with dark spiritual forces makes him extremely uncomfortable. For years, I thought it was simply a personal preference. Some people are fine watching ghosts and monsters, but do not like religious horror. That is understandable. Then I learned there was a reason for it. It went back to something that happened when he was in New Mexico. The details have been passed down through my father, so I cannot personally prove any of what happened. I was not there. I only know the story the way he has told it. And even he has never claimed to completely understand what happened. It started with one of his friends breaking his arm. I do not remember exactly how the injury happened. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe he fell. Maybe it happened during work or while doing something with friends. That detail was never the important part of the story. The important thing was that the arm was genuinely broken. This was not simply a sore muscle or a small injury someone could mistake for something more serious. The friend had injured his arm badly enough that everyone knew something was wrong with it. Normally, you would expect someone with a broken arm to go to a hospital or doctor. You would expect x-rays, a cast, maybe surgery, depending on the severity. That would be the normal way to deal with it. But somewhere along the way, the friend ended up going to someone my father described as being like a witch doctor. I do not know exactly what that person called himself. Maybe healer would be a better word. Maybe he was some kind of traditional spiritual practitioner. Maybe he used folk medicine. My dad always described him in a way that made it clear he was not an ordinary doctor. Whatever the exact title was, the man supposedly had some kind of reputation for being able to fix things through methods that were not exactly normal medicine. My father's friend went to see him. Then, according to the story, the healer somehow fixed the broken arm. I have never been completely sure what that meant. Maybe he physically manipulated it. Maybe he performed some kind of ritual. Maybe he prayed over it. Maybe he used herbs, massage, splints, or some traditional technique. My dad never gave me a detailed medical explanation. He simply said that his friend had gone in with a broken arm and came back claiming the man had fixed it. The arm was apparently usable. The friend believed it was healed. That alone would already be strange. A broken bone normally does not simply repair itself instantly. It needs time. Bone has to heal. You cannot just take a badly broken arm somewhere and walk out as if nothing happened. At least, that is not how ordinary medicine works. Maybe the injury had been misunderstood. Maybe it was never fully broken. Maybe it had only been dislocated. Maybe someone had diagnosed it incorrectly. Those are the kinds of explanations I try to keep in mind. Because if you start from the idea that the arm really was broken and was suddenly healed through some mysterious process, then the story immediately becomes much harder to explain. At first, though, the friend was apparently pleased. From his point of view, he had been helped. Whatever the healer had done seemed to work. But after that, something about him felt wrong. That is the part of the story my father always emphasizes. He and some friends went to visit the guy after his arm had supposedly been fixed. They expected to see their friend, probably talk, probably ask about what happened, maybe joke around, maybe hear more about this strange healer. Instead, from the moment they were around him, they felt terrible. Not physically sick in the normal sense. It was more like a deep, uncomfortable feeling. A chill. A sense that something was wrong. My father described it as the kind of cold feeling that runs down your spine when something frightens you before you even understand why. Everyone there apparently noticed it. That is what bothers me. If one person feels strange, there are endless explanations. Maybe they are tired. Maybe they are nervous. Maybe they already expect something creepy, and their imagination takes over. But according to my father, several of them had the same reaction. Their friend seemed different somehow. I do not mean that his face had changed or that he was acting like some possessed person from a movie. There was nothing that dramatic. It was simply the feeling around him. Something felt off, heavy, wrong. I imagine my father and the others tried to ignore it at first. After all, this was their friend. They knew him. He had broken his arm. He had gone to someone for help. Now, the arm was supposedly better. Why should that be frightening? Maybe the whole story about the healer had already made them uncomfortable. Maybe that was enough to influence the way they felt. If someone tells you they just visited a mysterious spiritual healer who somehow repaired a broken bone, you are probably going to look at them differently. Every strange expression suddenly seems meaningful. Every quiet moment becomes uncomfortable. The mind can do that. But according to my father, the feeling was strong enough that they could not simply laugh it off. At some point, the decision was made for their friend to receive a blessing from a local ecclesiastical leader. Again, I do not know every detail surrounding that decision. Maybe the friend was frightened too. Maybe my father and the others believed whatever had healed the arm had come with some kind of spiritual cost. Maybe someone older or more religious suggested it. All I know is that a local religious leader was brought in or contacted to give the young man a blessing. The idea was apparently to help him spiritually, to protect him, to remove whatever might be causing that awful feeling. Whether you believe blessings have supernatural power or not, the situation itself would have been tense. There was already this strange story about the broken arm. There was already the mysterious healer. There was already the feeling everyone experienced around their friend afterward. Now, a religious authority was involved. My father and his friends were watching. The blessing began. And then, according to my dad, the impossible happened. The friend's arm broke again. Right there, on the spot. The same arm that the healer had supposedly fixed suddenly broke again during the blessing. That is the part of the story that gives me chills every time I hear it. Because what do you even do with that? If the arm had started hurting again later, that would be easier to understand. Maybe it had never healed properly. Maybe the friend overused it. Maybe the original injury became worse. But according to my father, it happened immediately, during the blessing. The arm that had supposedly been healed failed right then. I do not know exactly what everyone saw. I do not know whether there was a sound. I do not know if the bone visibly moved. I do not know whether the friend screamed or simply grabbed his arm in pain. Those details were never really the point when my father told it. What mattered was the timing. The blessing happened. The arm broke again. Whatever had seemed to fix it was gone. You can imagine how everyone reacted. My dad had already felt uncomfortable before the blessing. Now this happened in front of him. I am sure any attempt to convince himself that everything was normal became much harder after that. From a skeptical point of view, there are explanations. Maybe the arm was never actually healed. That seems like the most obvious possibility. Maybe the healer simply manipulated the injury in a way that temporarily reduced pain or made it look better. If the bone had not properly healed, then even a small movement during the blessing might have caused it to fail again. Maybe the friend shifted his body. Maybe someone touched the arm. Maybe he moved suddenly. A weakened bone could easily break again. That would explain the event without anything supernatural happening. It is possible. Honestly, it may even be likely. But that is not how my father experienced it. To him, the sequence felt too strange. His friend breaks an arm. A mysterious healer somehow fixes it. Afterward, being near the friend makes everyone feel deeply uncomfortable. A religious blessing is performed. The arm immediately breaks again. If you already believe there are things people should not mess with spiritually, that sequence would seem like proof. Maybe the original healing had not come from something good. Maybe the blessing removed whatever had been holding the arm together. That is the interpretation the story naturally suggests. I am not saying that is definitely what happened. Neither can I. But I understand why my father came away from the experience afraid of anything involving possession or demonic themes. Imagine being young and witnessing something like that. You might spend the rest of your life connecting spiritual danger with very real consequences. For him, demons and possession were no longer simply ideas from movies. They were connected to a memory, a person he knew, a real injury, a strange healer, a blessing, and a bone breaking again. Years later, if someone suggests watching a movie about possession or exorcism, my father does not see it as harmless entertainment. He remembers that experience. That is why he refuses. He wants nothing to do with it. And honestly, I do not blame him. People often joke about supernatural things because they feel distant. A Ouija board is just cardboard. An exorcism movie is just actors and special effects. A story about a curse is just a story. Most of us can separate those things from reality. But someone who believes they have personally seen evidence of something darker is going to react differently. To my father, certain subjects are not entertainment. They are something he would rather leave alone. I think the story also bothers me because it involves healing. Normally, healing is something positive. If someone breaks an arm and it somehow becomes better, you should be happy. But in this story, the healing itself becomes the frightening part. Something apparently worked when it should not have. That is much more disturbing than something simply going wrong. The human body follows rules. Broken bones require time. Cells rebuild. Tissue repairs. The process can take weeks or months. If that process appears to happen instantly, you immediately start asking questions. Was the arm actually broken? Was the diagnosis wrong? Was there some trick? Those are reasonable questions. But to the people who were there, it seemed real enough that the later event frightened them badly. Then there's the physical feeling my father described. That cold, awful sensation when he and his friends visited the guy after the healing. I have experienced moments like that before in normal situations. Walking into a room and instantly feeling uncomfortable. Meeting someone and having your instincts tell you to leave. Sometimes there's a clear reason. Maybe body language. Maybe a smell. Maybe tension between people. Other times you cannot explain it. Your body reacts before your mind finds a reason. That does not automatically mean anything supernatural is happening. But when several people experience the same thing at once, it becomes harder to ignore. My dad said they all felt it. That has always stayed with me. Maybe they were influencing one another. One person looks nervous. Another notices. Then everyone becomes tense. Groups can create shared fear very quickly. That is possible. But from my father's point of view, the feeling came before the blessing and before the arm broke again. It was almost like a warning. That interpretation may have developed later. Memory does that too. Once you know how a story ends, earlier events start feeling like signs. Maybe at the time they were only mildly uncomfortable. After the arm broke during the blessing, that discomfort became much more important in memory. I try to be fair to that possibility. Still, the story has survived for years because of the emotional impact it had on my father. He remembers the feeling, he remembers what happened to his friend, and he remembers the arm breaking again. That was enough for him. He did not need any more proof. He did not go searching for another healer. He did not become interested in occult practices. He did the opposite. He stayed away. As I got older, I started understanding his reaction more. When I was younger, someone refusing to watch a possession movie seemed almost funny. It was just a movie. Why take it so seriously? But fear is rarely logical when it comes from a personal experience. A person who almost drowned may never enjoy swimming again. Someone who survived a terrible car accident may panic in heavy traffic. For my father, anything involving possession or exorcism brings him back to something he believes he witnessed firsthand. The story also raises another question that has always bothered me. What happened to the friend afterward? Was his arm treated normally after it broke again? Did he go to a hospital? Did it eventually heal the regular way? Did he ever return to the strange healer? I do not know. Those details were never part of the story as it was told to me. Maybe my father does not remember. Maybe he never found out. The experience itself was enough. I sometimes wish I knew more because additional details might make the situation easier to explain. If there were medical records showing the arm had never truly healed, that would solve much of the mystery. If the original injury was only a dislocation, maybe the healer simply put it back into place. Then, the later break could have been a separate injury. There are possibilities, but without those details, all I have is the story. And the story is simple. A young man broke his arm. He went to someone my father described as a witch doctor type healer. The arm was somehow fixed. My father and his friends visited him afterward. Being around him made them feel deeply uncomfortable. The friend received a blessing from a religious leader. During that blessing, the arm broke again. That is it. No ghost appeared, no demon spoke, no furniture flew across the room, nothing like a horror movie happened. And maybe that is exactly why the story bothers me. The frightening part is physical. A bone. An actual human arm. Something anyone can understand. It makes the story feel grounded. You can dismiss shadows. You can dismiss sounds. You can dismiss strange dreams. A broken arm is harder to ignore. Of course, the most logical explanation is still that the injury had never been properly healed. I know that. If I were forced to choose a rational answer, that is probably what I would say. The friend went to an unqualified healer. The arm was manipulated. Maybe the pain temporarily improved. Everyone believed it was fixed. Later, the weakened bone failed again. The fact that it happened during a blessing was coincidence. That is a complete explanation. It is reasonable. It requires no supernatural forces. I can accept it. Most of the time. But then, I think about my father. He was there. He remembers how everyone felt around their friend. He remembers the timing. And decades later, the experience still affects him strongly enough that he refuses to watch movies about possession or exorcisms. That kind of fear usually comes from somewhere. Maybe he misunderstood what he saw. Maybe time changed the memory. Maybe the whole thing was a series of coincidences. But whatever happened, it felt real enough to him that it permanently changed the way he thought about certain things. I think that matters. There are stories people tell because they are entertaining. Then there are stories they tell reluctantly because the memory still makes them uncomfortable. This is one of those. My father does not use it to convince people that demons are real. He does not try to argue about religion. He simply stays away from things that remind him of it. Possession, exorcisms, anything that feels like inviting something dark into your life. He wants no part of it. And after hearing the story, I understand why. The thing that gives me the worst chills is imagining the exact moment the blessing was happening. Everyone already uneasy. Their friends standing or sitting there. The religious leader beginning the blessing. Then suddenly, the arm that had supposedly been healed breaking again. Did everyone go silent? Did someone scream? Did they immediately think of the healer? I have no idea. But I can picture the fear. Because whether the event was supernatural or completely medical, the timing would have been horrifying. If you were already worried that something was wrong, that moment would feel like confirmation. It would feel as though whatever had healed the arm could not survive the blessing. That is the frightening interpretation. And once an idea like that enters your mind, it is difficult to remove. Maybe that is what happened to my father. He never forgot the feeling. He never forgot the arm. He never forgot that strange healer. And he never wanted anything to do with that world again. Personally, I am still not sure what I believe. Part of me thinks there must be a normal explanation. There usually is. But another part of me understands why the story still gives me chills. Some experiences do not need monsters to be frightening. Sometimes all it takes is one thing happening at exactly the wrong moment. A broken arm, a mysterious healing, a blessing. And then the sound or sight of that same arm breaking all over again. Maybe it was only coincidence. Maybe the arm had never been healed in the first place. Maybe everyone involved misunderstood what was happening. I honestly hope that is true. Because the alternative is that my father's friend accepted help from something he did not understand. And when someone tried to bless him afterward, whatever had been holding that arm together suddenly let go. And that idea is exactly why my father still refuses to watch anything involving possession, demons, or exorcisms. After hearing his story, I cannot really blame him. I was 15 years old when this happened, and even now it feels strange to think about because the whole thing sounds like a story someone made up after watching too many horror movies. But it happened. And the weirdest part is how normal the night seemed before everything went wrong. At the time, my bedroom was in the basement of our house. It was not originally built to be a bedroom. The basement had been converted, so the layout was a little strange. My room was separated from the rest of the basement in a way that made it possible for someone to be in one part of the room without being immediately visible from my bed. There was also an unusual detail about the door. My bedroom door could be locked from the outside. Normally, that was not something I thought about. It was just one of those weird things about living in a converted basement. That night, however, it ended up becoming extremely important. I was asleep at around 3 in the morning. Because I took sleeping medication, once I fell asleep, I usually slept very deeply. That probably explains why I did not hear what apparently happened earlier. At some point during the night, a basement window was broken. Someone came through it. I slept through the entire thing. I did not hear the glass shatter. I did not hear someone climbing into the basement. I did not hear anyone walking around. The first thing that woke me was a sound coming from somewhere inside my room. Someone was moaning. Not talking. Not crying. Moaning. It sounded like a person in pain. At first, I was barely awake. My brain was still stuck somewhere between sleep and reality, so I did not immediately understand what I was hearing. The sound seemed to be coming from the couch. Because of the way my room was arranged, I could not see the couch clearly from where I was lying. I could only hear the noise. My first thought was that I was imagining it. It was 3 in the morning. I had been sleeping. Maybe I was still half dreaming. Maybe the sound was coming from somewhere else in the house. Maybe it was outside. Maybe my brain was turning some ordinary noise into something strange because I was not fully awake yet. So I did what most tired people would do. I rolled over and tried to go back to sleep. But the sound continued. Someone was still moaning. It was not getting quieter. It was not disappearing as I became more awake. If anything, the longer I listened, the more real it sounded. I stayed in bed for several minutes, probably around 5. 5 minutes does not sound like a long time, but when you are lying in a dark basement at 3 in the morning, listening to a person you cannot see making sounds of pain inside your bedroom, it feels much longer. I kept telling myself there had to be a normal explanation. Earlier that day, one of my friends had been at the house. For a moment, I wondered whether he had somehow stayed behind. Maybe he had fallen asleep on the couch. Maybe he was sick. Maybe he had come back for some reason and my parents had let him in. It did not make much sense, but it was better than thinking there was a complete stranger in my room. Eventually, I decided I had to look. I slowly pushed myself up in bed. At first, I only leaned high enough to see part of the couch. I could see a pair of legs. Shoes, someone was definitely there. For a brief second, I felt relieved. The shoes looked similar to the ones my friend had been wearing earlier. That had to be him. Maybe he really had stayed. Maybe I had forgotten. Maybe there was some simple explanation. Then I leaned up farther. I saw more of the man. And immediately, I knew he was not my friend. My friend was Greek. The man on the couch appeared Hispanic. More importantly, I simply did not recognize him. I had never seen him before. There was a stranger sitting on the couch inside my bedroom at 3 in the morning. I froze. For about 30 seconds, I just sat there. The man had not noticed me yet. He was clearly not acting normally. He was moaning and seemed completely out of it. I did not know whether he was injured. I did not know whether he was drunk. I did not know whether he was on drugs. I did not know if he had a weapon. My first thought was surprisingly aggressive. I thought about attacking him. I had a small knife on my nightstand. The blade was only around 3 inches long. I knew where it was. He had not noticed me yet. For a few seconds, my 15-year-old brain started thinking that maybe I should grab it and rush him before he had a chance to do anything. Looking back, that could have gone horribly wrong. I had no idea who this man was. I had no idea how strong he was. I had no idea whether he had a gun or another weapon. And I definitely had no idea how he would react if a teenager suddenly attacked him with a knife. Thankfully, I did not do it. Instead, another thought came to me. The door. My strange basement bedroom door that locked from the outside. If I could get out of the room before he stopped me, I could lock him inside. That seemed much safer than trying to fight him. The problem was getting past him. He was between me and the rest of the basement. I had to move. And the moment I moved, he heard me. His head turned. He realized I was there. Then, everything happened very fast. The man got up. I ran. He came after me. I do not remember having time to think. There was no careful plan anymore. I just moved as fast as I could. I raced toward the door. Behind me, I could hear him following. For a second, I thought he was going to catch me before I made it out. I reached the doorway first. I got through. Then I pulled the door shut. I locked it from the outside. Suddenly, the stranger was trapped inside my bedroom. I stood there for maybe half a second. Then I ran. My room was in the basement, and my parents slept 2 floors above me. I sprinted up the stairs. First, I ran from the basement to the main floor. Then I kept going to the upper floor. I was terrified. I burst into my parents' room and woke them up. I tried to explain what had happened. There was a man in my bedroom, a stranger. He had been on my couch. He chased me. I locked him inside. My parents were half asleep. At first, they did not believe me. I cannot really blame them. Imagine being woken up at 3 in the morning by your 15-year-old son who is panicking and telling you that a mysterious man is trapped in his basement bedroom. Their first thought was that I had been dreaming. Maybe I had a nightmare. Maybe the sleeping medication had caused confusion. Maybe I was sleepwalking. They thought there had to be a simpler explanation. I kept insisting. There was someone down there. I had seen him. He had chased me. The door was locked. Eventually, my parents got up. Still not fully convinced, they started walking downstairs with me. We went down 1 floor. Then toward the basement. As we got closer to my room, everything suddenly became very real. There was a loud impact from inside. Then the edge of a 10-pound weight smashed through the bedroom door. For a moment, I think everyone stopped. The metal weight had broken through part of the door from the inside. At that point, there was no more discussion about whether I had been dreaming. There really was someone inside my room. And he was trying to get out. My mother immediately went for the phone. She called 911. My father had a different reaction. Our family was a little unusual. We had decorative weapons around the house. Not just small knives or fake plastic swords. actual swords. On the middle floor of the house, there was a mostly decorative suit of armor. My father went to it and pulled out a broadsword. Yes, a real broadsword. Then he told me to get the cavalry saber from the umbrella stand. Again, I know how ridiculous that sounds. Most families probably do not respond to a home intruder by arming themselves with medieval and military swords. But that was apparently what we were doing. My father now had a broadsword. I had a cavalry saber. My mother was on the phone with 911. And there was a drugged stranger locked in my basement bedroom, trying to smash his way through the door with a 10-pound weight. It was one of the strangest situations I have ever been in. The police were on their way. We did not know whether the man would break through the door before they arrived. My father stayed ready. I stayed nearby. I was still scared out of my mind, but now there was also this strange feeling of disbelief. Only minutes earlier, I had been asleep. Now I was standing in my house, holding a sword while waiting for police. The entire thing felt unreal. The man continued making noise inside the room. I could hear movement. At times, there were more impacts against the door. The door had already been damaged. We had no idea how long it would hold. I also did not know whether he still had access to my small knife. The thought suddenly occurred to me that I had left it on the nightstand. There could have been other objects in the room he could use as weapons, too. Weights, furniture, anything heavy enough to swing. We had no idea what he was capable of. Fortunately, the police arrived very quickly. I think it took around 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes felt much longer. The officers came into the house and went downstairs. They approached the bedroom door. At this point, the man was still locked inside. The police opened the door. They went in and took control of the situation. The stranger was arrested. Thankfully, no one was hurt. No one was stabbed. No one was hit with a weight. No one had to use a broadsword or cavalry saber. Once the man was in police custody, we finally started learning what had happened. Apparently, he was extremely high on PCP. That explained a lot of his behavior. The moaning, the strange movements, the confusion, the aggression when he noticed me, the attempt to break through the door. He was completely out of his mind. The police also figured out how he had entered the house. He had come through a window. Apparently, he had basically dived through it. The window had shattered. Normally, the sound of breaking glass in the middle of the night would have woken someone, but because I took sleeping medication, I had slept through it. That realization was unsettling. A window had broken near my basement room. A stranger had climbed inside. He had entered my bedroom. He had made his way to the couch, and I slept through all of it. I have no idea how long he had been there before I woke up. Maybe only a few minutes. Maybe longer. That part still bothers me. For some amount of time, I had been asleep in bed while a complete stranger was inside the room with me. He could have walked over to the bed. He could have taken something. He could have hurt me. He could have done almost anything. Instead, for whatever reason, he sat or collapsed on the couch and started moaning. That sound was what finally woke me. I was incredibly lucky. Lucky that he did not attack me while I was sleeping. Lucky that I woke up. Lucky that I noticed him before he noticed me. Lucky that I did not follow my first instinct and try to stab him. Lucky that I remembered the door locked from the outside. Lucky that I was faster than he was when he chased me. Lucky that the lock held long enough. Lucky that my parents finally believed me. Lucky that the police arrived quickly. There were so many points where the story could have ended differently. Later, the police said something that almost made the whole thing feel even stranger. Because I had locked the man inside my room and prevented him from leaving, They told us that technically what I had done counted as a citizen's arrest. I was 15. I had not intended to make any kind of official arrest. I was just trying not to get attacked. I was not thinking about legal definitions. I did not say, "You are under arrest." I simply ran out of the room, shut the door, locked it, and sprinted upstairs for help. But apparently, by confining him until police arrived, I had technically performed a citizen's arrest. That became one of the more ridiculous details of the story. At the time, though, none of it felt funny. The fear had been completely real. I still remember waking up to that moaning sound. There is something deeply unsettling about hearing another person inside your room when you know you should be alone. At first, the mind tries to protect itself. You create explanations. It is the television. It is the house. It is a dream. It is your friend. Anything except the truth. Then you look. You see legs, shoes, a body. For a moment, you think you recognize the person. Then you lean farther, and you realize you have never seen them before. That moment is burned into my memory. The shift from confusion to certainty. There is a stranger in my room. I also think about those 30 seconds when I considered attacking him. If I had grabbed that knife and gone after him, I have no idea what would have happened. A 3-inch blade against a grown man high on PCP was not exactly a good plan. He might not have reacted to pain normally. He might have overpowered me. He might have taken the knife. He might have killed me with my own weapon. At 15, I did not understand all of that immediately. I just thought there was an intruder, and I needed to defend myself. Thankfully, some calmer part of my brain took over. Escape first, lock the door, get help. That decision probably saved me from making the situation much worse. The chase itself only lasted seconds, but in my memory, it stretches out. I remember the sound behind me, the knowledge that he had seen me, the feeling that if he reached me before I got through the door, I was going to have to fight him. Then I remember the relief when I got out first, the door shutting, the lock turning. For a second, I had control again. Then came the run upstairs. I had never moved so fast. 2 flights of stairs, straight to my parents. And then the frustration of them not believing me. I understand it now, but at the time I wanted to scream. I knew the man was still down there. I knew he was trapped in my room. Every second felt important. Meanwhile, my parents thought I had had a nightmare. Then the weight came through the door. That changed everything. There is something almost darkly funny about the timing. My parents are walking downstairs thinking their son is confused. Then suddenly a 10-pound weight breaks through a bedroom door. At that moment, everyone realizes that the nightmare is real. My mother's reaction made sense. Call the police. My father's reaction was much more dramatic. Get the broadsword. Then hand the teenager a cavalry saber. Again, weird family. But in fairness, there was a violent stranger in the basement, and we did not know whether he would break free before police arrived. My father was not planning to go downstairs and fight him like some medieval knight. The weapons were a last line of defense. If the man got out and came upstairs, at least we would not be completely helpless. Still, I sometimes imagine what the responding officers must have thought. They arrive at a house at 3 in the morning. There is a drugged intruder locked in a basement room. The door is damaged by a weight. The father is standing nearby with a broadsword. The 15-year-old son has a cavalry saber. The mother is explaining everything to 911. It must have looked completely insane. The strangest thing is that the intruder himself was almost pitiful once the situation was under control. He was described as a poor fellow who was completely drugged out of his mind. That does not mean he was harmless. He had broken into our home. He chased me. He tried to smash through the door. But once I understood how intoxicated he was, the whole thing became less like an intentional home invasion and more like a terrifying collision between his drug-induced confusion and our house. He may not have even understood where he was. Maybe he thought he was somewhere else. Maybe he had no idea whose home he entered. Maybe he was just running from something in his own mind. I do not know. But at 3 in the morning, sitting in my bed and seeing him on the couch, none of that mattered. He was a stranger. He was inside my room. And I was 15. That was enough. For a long time afterward, I thought about the broken window. The fact that I slept through it bothered me almost as much as waking up to the man. Sleeping medication had made me so deeply unconscious that someone could literally crash through a window and enter my room without waking me. That is not a comforting realization. Normally, people rely on noise to warn them. A door opening, glass breaking, footsteps, those sounds are supposed to wake you. In my case, none of them did. I woke up only because the man was close enough for me to hear him moaning. If he had been quieter, I might have stayed asleep. That thought still makes me uncomfortable. I also wonder what would have happened if the door had not locked from the outside. That weird feature of the converted basement room seemed useless before that night. Then it became the one thing that allowed me to escape safely. Without that lock, he could have followed me all the way upstairs. We might have had to hold the basement door shut. He might have reached my parents before we called police. Instead, I trapped him. Technically arrested him, apparently. Not bad for a half-asleep 15-year-old. Looking back, the whole story has a bizarre combination of terror and absurdity. A strange man on the couch. A 3-inch knife. A chase through the basement. A door that locks from outside. A 10-pound weight smashing through wood. A broadsword taken from a suit of armor. A cavalry saber stored in an umbrella stand. 5 minutes waiting for police. A man high on PCP. And finally, an officer explaining that I had technically performed a citizen's arrest. It sounds ridiculous when everything is listed together, but while it was happening, I was absolutely terrified. The moment that stays with me most is still the first one. Waking up, hearing someone moan, trying to convince myself it was nothing, waiting 5 minutes, then slowly lifting myself high enough to look, seeing legs, seeing shoes, thinking for 1 second that it was my friend, then leaning farther, realizing I was wrong, realizing I did not know the person at all. There is a unique kind of fear that comes from discovering a stranger inside your home. Not outside, not at the door, already inside, already close to you. Close enough that you could have reached them in a few steps. Close enough that they could have reached you. I was lucky that night. Ridiculously lucky. The intruder could have been more aware. He could have been armed. He could have noticed me first. The lock could have failed. The door could have broken before police arrived. Any of those things could have changed the ending. Instead, the police took him away. My family was safe. I got my room back. And apparently, without meaning to, I became a 15-year-old who had successfully carried out a citizen's arrest on a man high on PCP after trapping him in a basement bedroom. It is one of the strangest stories I have from being a teenager. But every time I think about it, I remember that first sound in the darkness, that low, painful moaning coming from the couch. And I remember how close I came to rolling over and going back to sleep. A few summers ago, my husband and I went to Washington, D.C. to visit some friends. We had been doing a lot of driving during the trip, and by that point, we were completely tired of being inside the car. Anyone who has spent several days traveling knows the feeling. Even if the distances are not especially long, eventually you get sick of traffic, parking, directions, and sitting in the same position for hours. Our friends did not live extremely far from our hotel, so one day we decided that, instead of getting back into the car, we would simply walk to their place. At the time, it seemed like a great idea. The weather was nice, and Washington, D.C. can be a beautiful place to explore on foot. There are impressive buildings everywhere, along with older neighborhoods, historic architecture, monuments, trees, and green spaces. We were not in a hurry. We were just enjoying the walk. At first, everything felt completely normal. We passed several beautiful buildings and spent time looking around as we walked. It was one of those pleasant city walks where you can actually pay attention to your surroundings instead of watching everything pass through a car window. Eventually, our route took us toward a more wooded, park-like area. Neither of us thought much about it. We were following the route toward our friend's place, and walking through some trees seemed much more peaceful than staying near busy roads. So we continued. At first, the park seemed nice enough. There were trees around us, and the city noise began to feel more distant. It was quieter. The deeper we went, the more isolated the area seemed. Normally, I would have enjoyed that. I like peaceful places. I like trees. I like being able to get away from traffic and crowds for a while. But for some reason, as we continued walking, I started feeling uncomfortable. There was no obvious reason for it. Nothing had happened. Nobody was following us. We had not seen anything disturbing. There was no strange person standing among the trees. No animal noises. No threatening weather. Nothing, still. I began to feel creeped out. At first, I ignored it. Sometimes people get uncomfortable in unfamiliar places simply because they do not know where they are. Maybe the park was larger than I expected. Maybe I was feeling nervous because we were getting farther away from the main streets. Maybe I was simply tired from walking. There were plenty of ordinary explanations, so I kept going. But instead of fading, the feeling became stronger. The farther we walked into the park, the more uncomfortable I became. Something about the atmosphere felt wrong. I do not know how else to explain it. There are places where you walk in and immediately feel relaxed. Maybe it is a beach. Maybe it is a quiet forest. Maybe it is a familiar home. You do not have to think about why you feel safe. You just do. This place felt like the opposite. Every step seemed to take us deeper into something unpleasant. I started becoming more aware of the trees around us. The shadows, the silence, the distance between us and the more populated parts of the city. Again, nothing was actually happening, but my body was reacting as though something was wrong. Then we reached one particular area. That was when the feeling became almost overwhelming. I have never found a perfect way to describe what I felt there. The best description I can give is that the area contained all the nope. Every instinct I had told me that I did not want to be there. It felt as though a dark cloud was hanging over that exact spot. Not a real cloud. The weather had not suddenly changed. I am talking about the atmosphere. It was almost like the air itself felt heavier. There was this horrible energy around the place. I know how that sounds. I know people use phrases like bad energy to describe all kinds of things. And I am not claiming that I literally saw some supernatural force floating between the trees. But the feeling was so strong that it almost seemed visible. It was like standing near something terrible without knowing what it was. I remember looking around and feeling that we needed to leave. Immediately, I did not know why. I just knew I wanted to get away from that area. The strange thing was, my husband noticed it too. My husband is not normally the kind of person who talks about strange feelings, energies, or anything like that. If I tell him that a place feels creepy, he is usually the person who finds a practical explanation. Maybe it is dark. Maybe it is too quiet. Maybe I am nervous because I do not know the area. That is simply the way he is. He does not usually pick up on the same kind of atmosphere that I do. But this time, he felt it. That was what really got my attention. I did not have to spend 10 minutes trying to convince him that something about the place bothered me. He was uncomfortable, too. We both seemed to understand that we did not want to stay there. Neither of us had any real explanation. There was nothing to point at and say, that is why we are afraid. But we wanted out. So we moved. Fast, we basically hauled ourselves out of that area as quickly as possible. We kept walking toward our friend's home, putting distance between ourselves and that part of the park. The farther away we got, the better I felt. The strange heaviness started fading. The sense that something terrible was hanging over us slowly disappeared. Eventually, we left the wooded area behind and returned to more normal surroundings. Buildings, roads, people, civilization. I remember feeling relieved. At that point, I did not think there was some great mystery waiting to be solved. I mostly thought we had walked through an unusually creepy area and frightened ourselves. Maybe the trees had been thicker there. Maybe the lighting was different. Maybe there had been fewer people. Maybe there was some combination of small environmental details that our brains interpreted as dangerous. Whatever it was, we were out. We continued to our friend's place. Once we arrived, we started talking about the walk. We mentioned that we had decided not to drive from our hotel. We told them we had walked through a large park-like area along the way. Our friends immediately seemed to know where we meant. They said something like, "Oh, you were in Rock Creek Park." That caught my attention. I had heard the name before. Rock Creek Park. Then came the connection that made the entire experience much stranger. They brought up the Chandra Levy case. For anyone unfamiliar with what I mean, the case involved a young woman named Chandra Levy, whose disappearance and death became widely known. I had heard about the case before our trip. The name was familiar. The general story was familiar. But when my husband and I were walking through the park, neither of us had any idea that we were in Rock Creek Park. We had not intentionally chosen the route because of its history. We were not visiting a crime scene. We had not seen a sign saying, "This is the location connected to that case." We were simply walking to our friend's home. That was it. We were tourists following a route through an unfamiliar city. So when our friends explained where we had been, I immediately thought about that horrible feeling, that particular section of the park, that dark, heavy atmosphere, the place where both my husband and I suddenly wanted to get away as quickly as possible. I started wondering how close we had been to the location connected to the case. I still do not know. I have never been able to determine exactly where we were in relation to the actual site where her remains were discovered. Maybe we were nowhere near it. Rock Creek Park is a large area. It is entirely possible that the place where we felt uncomfortable had absolutely nothing to do with the crime. I understand that. But emotionally, the connection was difficult to ignore. The feeling had been so specific. We had been walking for some time. Yes, I had gradually become more uncomfortable as we went deeper into the park. But there was one area where the feeling suddenly became much stronger. That was the place where I felt almost certain that something was wrong. That was the place that felt covered by what I can only describe as a cloud of horror. And then, later, I learned that the park we had unknowingly walked through was connected to a murder case I had heard about before. It was deeply unsettling. I kept thinking back to the moment. Had I known where we were, I could have explained the feeling easily. If someone had told me before entering the park, a woman was murdered here, then of course I might have felt nervous. My mind could have created the entire atmosphere. Every dark tree would seem more threatening. Every quiet path would feel more isolated. I would already be expecting something creepy. But that was not what happened. We did not know. As far as we were concerned, it was simply a park on the way to our friend's house. That is the detail that bothers me. There was no suggestion beforehand. No one had planted the idea in our minds. We were not talking about murder. We were not discussing ghosts or supernatural experiences. We were just walking. Then the feeling came. I also cannot easily dismiss the fact that my husband noticed it. If I had been alone, I would probably have assumed the whole thing was my imagination. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I was anxious. Maybe I was reacting to the environment without realizing it. But seeing him become uncomfortable made the situation feel more real. He is not someone who normally says a location has bad energy. He is not easily influenced by that kind of thing. Yet even he recognized that something felt wrong. That does not prove anything supernatural happened. I want to be clear about that. There could be many explanations. Human beings are extremely good at noticing environmental clues without consciously understanding them. Maybe the area really was more isolated. Maybe there was less sunlight. Maybe the paths were narrower. Maybe there were signs that fewer people went through that particular section. Our brains may have recognized the lack of safety before our conscious minds did. That could create a feeling of dread. Maybe that is all it was. But the timing of learning where we had been made it impossible for me to forget the experience. I kept imagining the park afterward. The trees. Quiet. That one particular area. I kept thinking about the horrible events connected to the larger location. And even though I could never prove we had been anywhere close to the exact spot, part of me wondered, what if we had? What if the place that made both of us feel so uncomfortable was very near where something terrible had happened? Could a location somehow hold on to that? I honestly do not know. People have believed for centuries that places can carry memories. Not memories in the way a human brain does, obviously, but some kind of emotional atmosphere. Battlefields, old hospitals, prisons, places where murders occurred. People often report feeling strange in those locations even before they know the history. Skeptics would probably say that most of those stories involve people learning the history first and then interpreting normal feelings through that knowledge. And often, they are probably right. But what happens when you do not know? That is the question I have never been able to answer about our experience. We were not looking for anything. We were not trying to feel something. The park was simply part of our route. The feeling came first. The information came later. I think that is why I still remember it so clearly. The moment our friends said the words Rock Creek Park, I felt this strange connection snap into place. Suddenly, the walk did not seem like just a walk anymore. The fear I had felt became connected to something real. A real person. A real death. A real tragedy. Even if we had been miles from the exact site, the association was enough to make me think about the experience differently. Before our friends told us, I had already been planning to remember that strange area. It had already stood out. It was not something I invented afterward. I had felt it while I was there. My husband had felt it too. We had already hurried away because of it. That is important to me. Sometimes people remember events differently once they learn new information. The brain is not perfect. You hear that something bad happened somewhere, and suddenly you convince yourself you had been frightened there all along. But in this case, we had already talked about the feeling before learning anything. We already knew that one section of the walk had disturbed us. We had already wanted to get out. Then we found out where we had been. That was the strange part. I have tried to figure out exactly which route we took. I have wondered whether I could compare it with maps and locate the place where we experienced that feeling. Maybe one day I could narrow it down. But honestly, part of me is not sure I want to. Suppose I discovered that we were nowhere near the relevant location. Then I would know that the feeling was probably unrelated. Maybe that would be comforting. Or perhaps it would make the experience stranger in a different way. What, then, had we reacted to? On the other hand, suppose I discovered that we really had passed extremely close to the place. I am not sure I would like that answer either. Sometimes uncertainty is easier. I can leave the experience where it is. A strange moment, a powerful feeling, a coincidence that may or may not mean anything. I also think about how peaceful the day had seemed before we entered the park. That contrast is part of what made the experience memorable. We had been enjoying ourselves. We were tired of driving and happy to walk. The city was beautiful. We were visiting friends. There was no reason to feel afraid. Then, gradually, something shifted. The deeper we walked, the worse I felt. It was subtle at first. Then, suddenly, it was not subtle at all. One area felt so wrong that my entire body wanted to leave. My husband felt it too. So we listened to that feeling. We got out of there. Nothing actually happened to us. We were never in immediate danger as far as I know. Nobody approached us. Nobody followed us. We did not see anything supernatural. There was no ghost. There was no mysterious figure among the trees. The experience was entirely based on a feeling. Normally, I would not consider that enough to tell a story. People get strange feelings all the time. But this one stayed with me because of what we learned afterward. Rock Creek Park, the Chandra Levy case. The knowledge that we had unknowingly walked through a place already associated in my mind with something tragic. Maybe my brain had somehow recognized the name of the park subconsciously. Maybe I had seen something without noticing. A trail marker, a road sign. Maybe some part of me connected the location with the case before my conscious mind understood it. That is another possible explanation. I cannot rule it out. But I do not remember seeing anything that told us where we were. We genuinely did not realize we had been inside Rock Creek Park until our friends told us. My husband did not know either. That is why the memory still gives me chills. There are moments when you feel something before you understand it. A sudden sense that you are being watched. The feeling that you should not walk down a particular street. An unexplained need to leave a room. Most of the time, nothing happens and you forget about it. But occasionally, you learn something afterward that makes you wonder whether your instincts were reacting to more than you realized. That is what this felt like. I cannot say there was literally some kind of dark energy hanging over the area. I cannot claim that we sensed a murder site. That would be going too far. I do not even know exactly where we were. But I know what I felt, and I know my husband felt something too. We entered the park without knowing its history. We walked deeper. I became increasingly uneasy. Then we reached one particular area where the feeling became so intense that both of us wanted to leave immediately. We got out. Only afterward did we learn where we had been. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe it was our subconscious minds noticing something about the environment. Maybe there is a perfectly ordinary explanation. I am completely open to that. But every time I think back on that summer, I remember the same thing. That one patch of park. That strange heaviness. That almost visible sense of darkness. And the feeling that something awful had touched that place. I will probably never know how close we actually were to the location connected to Chandra Levy. Maybe we were not close at all. Maybe the connection exists only in my mind. But when I remember the feeling that came over both of us, I still wonder. Because we had no idea where we were. We had no reason to be afraid. And yet, for a few minutes, every instinct in my body was telling me exactly the same thing. Get out of here. Whatever happened here, you do not want to be near it. I have never really told anyone this story before. Even now, I am not completely sure why I am sharing it. Maybe enough time has passed. Maybe I just want to finally put it somewhere outside my own head. Whatever the reason, I suppose now is as good a time as any. When I was around 8 or 9 years old, my family lived in a house my father had built for us in a very remote part of Indiana. When I say the middle of nowhere, I mean it. We did not live in a crowded neighborhood with houses lined up on both sides of the street. Our home was surrounded by open land, trees, and long stretches of quiet. At night, it could become so dark outside that you could barely see anything beyond the light coming from the house. As a child, I was used to it. The isolation never seemed especially strange to me because it was simply where we lived. It was home. My parents owned a small business, and because of the type of work they did, clients sometimes came directly to our house. That meant that even though we lived in a remote area, we still had a steady flow of unfamiliar people arriving from time to time. Most of them were completely normal. Some were friendly. Some were quiet. Some were a little unusual. Over the years, my family met all kinds of people through the business, and eventually we became used to strangers showing up at our home for meetings or consultations. But there was one man I never forgot. I remember feeling uncomfortable from the moment I saw him. I cannot explain exactly why. Nothing had happened yet. He had not threatened anyone. He had not raised his voice. He had not done anything openly dangerous. Still, the second I saw him, something inside me reacted. He gave me the creeps, the kind of feeling children sometimes get around certain adults without being able to explain the reason. He arrived in a black car with dark tinted windows. He was dressed almost entirely in black. Black clothes, a black hat, dark sunglasses. Even now, when I remember him, everything about his appearance seems dark. Maybe that is partly because of what happened later, and perhaps my memory has made certain details feel more dramatic over the years. But that is how I remember him. The black car, the tinted glass, the dark clothing, the hat, the sunglasses, and the strange way he carried himself. He was there to meet with my parents about business, so there was no reason for me to be involved in the conversation. I was just a child watching an unfamiliar adult come into our home. But even from a distance, I noticed something about him. He seemed very interested in our cat. We had a black Persian cat named Mercedes. She was beautiful, with long, dark fur and the kind of attitude cats often have when they know they are beautiful. Mercedes was part of the family. She had been around long enough that none of us thought of her as just an animal living in the house. She had her routines, her favorite places, her moods. Anyone who has had a pet for years understands what I mean. They become part of the rhythm of the home. The strange man seemed especially interested in her. I do not remember every detail of what he said or did, but I remember noticing how much attention he paid to Mercedes. Something about that made me uncomfortable. Maybe it was simply because I already did not like him. Maybe if another visitor had shown interest in our cat, I would not have thought anything of it. But with him, it felt wrong. Eventually, the consultation with my parents ended. The man left. His black car disappeared down the road, and I thought that would be the end of it. Later that evening, while we were having dinner, someone brought him up. That was when I learned I had not been the only one who felt uncomfortable. Everyone admitted that there had been something strange about him. My parents had felt it too. He had put the whole family on edge. We could not explain why. It was simply a feeling. Normally, after talking about it for a few minutes, I imagine we would have forgotten the whole thing. Strange people came and went because of the business. There was no reason to believe this particular visitor would matter. Then, that same night, Mercedes became sick. At first, I do not think anyone connected it to the man. Why would we? Cats get sick. Animals develop illnesses. Sometimes they eat something they should not. There were 100 normal explanations, but Mercedes became very ill very quickly. Over the next several days, her condition grew worse. We took her to the local veterinarian, but even the vet could not figure out exactly what was wrong. She had symptoms that did not make sense. The most disturbing thing was the vomiting. Mercedes began throwing up strange clumps of something that looked like black tar. That is the best way I can describe it. Thick, dark material. None of us understood what it was. The veterinarian apparently could not give us a clear answer either. Her illness continued. Nothing seemed to help. Then, only a few days after that strange man had visited our home, Mercedes died. I remember being there near the end. I was young, but that memory stayed with me. As she was dying, Mercedes began acting as if she could see something we could not. She would suddenly look into the air. Then she would hiss. She would swat at empty space. It was as though something invisible was close to her. Of course, there could have been a normal explanation. She was very sick. Animals can behave strangely when they are dying. Maybe she was confused. Maybe she was in pain. Maybe her body was failing, and she was reacting to things that were not actually there. That is what I tell myself now. But as a child, watching her hiss and strike at something I could not see was terrifying. When she finally took her last breath, I felt a chill move through me. It was a feeling I have never forgotten. At the time, I did not know what to think. Our strange visitor had been unusually interested in our black cat. That same night, she became violently ill. The vet could not explain what was wrong. Then she died. Maybe it was all coincidence. That is certainly possible. But after Mercedes died, strange things began happening around the house. At first, they were small, unexplained noises, sounds in the middle of the night, things that could easily be blamed on an old house settling or the wind moving through the property. But the events became more frequent. Sometimes we would find footprints in the snow outside. That alone would not have been unusual. We lived in a rural area. People walked around. Animals moved through the property. But these looked like human footprints. And the strangest thing was that sometimes they seemed to begin and end for no reason. There would be a set of footprints in the snow, but no clear path showing where the person had come from. Or the prints would continue for a distance, and then simply stop. There was no obvious explanation for where the person had gone. I do not know whether I personally examined every set of footprints. I was a child, and some of these details were things the adults discussed, but I remember the fear they created. The feeling that something might be walking around outside our house, something that could appear and disappear. At night, we heard strange sounds. Sometimes it sounded as though someone was moving somewhere in the house. Other times, there were noises we could not identify. We would wake up and search. Nothing, no one there. Then there was the wallpaper. We would sometimes find it partially torn away from the walls. Not completely removed, just pulled down halfway. There was no obvious reason for it. It was as if someone had grabbed the wallpaper and dragged it downward. Again, there could have been explanations. Old glue, humidity, poor installation. A house can do strange things, especially during temperature changes. But when you combine one unexplained event with another, your mind begins building a pattern. And in our family, The pattern seemed to begin after the strange man visited and Mercedes died. My mother was affected more than anyone else. She had always been what people might call sensitive. She noticed things, felt things. Whether someone believes in psychic sensitivity or anything supernatural is another question. I grew up to become fairly skeptical myself. But my mother believed she could sense things that other people could not. After Mercedes died and the strange events began, my mother changed. She became quieter, more withdrawn. She claimed she was seeing things around the house, not ghosts, not ordinary shadow figures. She described them as demonic creatures. I do not know exactly what she saw. She never gave me every detail. Maybe she was afraid of frightening us. Maybe she did not understand it herself. But I remember watching her become more distant as the weeks passed. Whatever she believed she was seeing, it was deeply disturbing to her. The atmosphere inside our home changed. A place that had always been isolated but safe suddenly felt threatening. Nighttime became worse. The darkness outside felt heavier. Every sound made us listen. Every unexplained movement became something to worry about. I had asthma as a child. It had been a problem before, but for a long time I had gone without a serious attack. Then, not long after all these strange events began, my asthma returned. I started having episodes again. At the time, I did not connect it to anything supernatural. Asthma can return. Stress can affect breathing. Cold weather can make symptoms worse. There were plenty of medical explanations. Still, the timing became another thing I remembered later. One night, I became especially sick. My breathing was bad enough that my parents wanted me close to them while I slept. I ended up sleeping on the floor beside my mother's side of their bed. My parents' bedroom had a lot of boxes around it at the time. There were boxes underneath the bed and others stacked around the room. They contained normal household things, family photographs, wrapping paper, items we had planned to put into storage somewhere else. The room was cluttered, but nothing about it seemed unusual. I lay down on the floor beside my mother's side of the bed. Eventually, everyone went to sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I had a severe asthma attack. I woke up struggling to breathe. Anyone who has experienced a serious asthma attack understands how frightening it can be. You try to pull air into your lungs, but it feels like your body is refusing to cooperate. Your chest tightens. You panic, and the panic makes everything worse. I needed my inhaler. Then, I heard my mother. She woke up, screaming. Get away from her. I remember the terror in her voice. She was not speaking to me. She was yelling at something else. Something she believed was near me. She immediately tried to get out of bed and reach me, but she could not. Something was blocking her. During the night, every box from under the bed and around the room had somehow been moved. The boxes had been stacked between my mother's side of the bed and the place where I was lying on the floor. It was like a barrier had been built, a wall of boxes. My mother could not simply step out of bed and reach me. She had to push past them, move them, climb around them. Meanwhile, I was on the floor struggling to breathe. She was screaming, trying desperately to get to me. Eventually, she managed to break through the pile. She reached me. She got my inhaler. I was able to use it. Slowly, my breathing came back under control. But my mother did not calm down. She cried for the rest of the night. I remember that clearly. She was terrified. Not only because I had suffered an asthma attack, she had seen something. I am certain of that. Whatever she believed she saw near me was the reason she woke up screaming for it to get away. But she never told me what it was. Not then. Not later. At least, not in any detail. I have wondered about that many times. What did she see? Was there a figure standing near me? One of the creatures she claimed to have seen around the house? Did she have a nightmare and wake up confused? Did she see a shadow and assume something was there? I do not know. I have tried to think of normal explanations for the boxes, too. Maybe they had been stacked that way before we went to sleep, and I remembered it incorrectly. Maybe someone moved them earlier. Maybe the arrangement was less impossible than it seemed to a frightened child in the middle of the night. Those explanations make sense. But what I remember is my mother trying to reach me and being blocked. The boxes were piled between us, and she was crying. She cried for hours. The next morning, the room felt different. The entire house felt different. That night became one of the worst moments of that entire period. Afterward, the strange activity continued. It did not stop immediately. For months, we kept dealing with unexplained sounds and unsettling events. My mother continued feeling that something was wrong. We tried different things. Eventually, we had the house blessed. I do not remember every detail of what was done. I was still young. But I remember the seriousness of it. My family had reached the point where we were willing to try anything that might make the house feel normal again. Whatever the explanation was, everyone wanted peace. Slowly, over time, the activity decreased. The strange events became less frequent. The atmosphere seemed lighter. The house returned to something closer to normal. It was not immediate. There was no dramatic moment where the blessing happened and everything suddenly stopped. It was gradual. The noises became less common. The frightening experiences faded. My mother seemed less affected. Months passed. Eventually, that winter became something we talked about less and less. Life continued. I grew older. My brother eventually moved into the house with his own family. They still live there. From what I understand, they sometimes hear strange noises that they cannot explain. Nothing major. Nothing like what happened during that period when I was a child. Just occasional sounds. The kind of thing that makes someone stop and listen for a few seconds before continuing with their day. The house has never again experienced anything as intense as what happened that winter. At least, not that I know of. I grew up to become a skeptic. That probably surprises people after hearing this story. I do not automatically believe every strange experience is supernatural. I think memory is unreliable. I think fear changes the way we interpret events. I think children misunderstand things. I think families can influence one another without realizing it. One person becomes afraid. Then another person notices something strange. Then everyone starts watching for signs. Soon, ordinary noises feel important. A loose piece of wallpaper becomes something frightening. Footprints in the snow become mysterious. A sick cat becomes part of a larger story. I understand all of that. Maybe that is exactly what happened to us. Maybe Mercedes became sick from some rare illness the local veterinarian could not identify. Maybe the strange black material she vomited had a medical explanation. Maybe her behavior near death was caused by pain or neurological problems. Maybe the man in black had nothing to do with anything. Maybe he was just a strange-looking person who happened to visit on the same day our cat became ill. Maybe the footprints belonged to people or animals, and we simply did not understand what we were seeing. Maybe the noises came from the house. Maybe the wallpaper was old. Maybe my mother was under severe stress after losing the cat and became convinced she was seeing things. Maybe my asthma returned because it was winter and the cold air triggered it. Maybe the boxes had a simple explanation too. That is what I tell myself. It was coincidence, stress, fear, a child's imagination, a family's growing panic. There are logical explanations for almost every part of the story if you look at each event separately. But even now, I have trouble putting everything together. The man arrives. Everyone feels uncomfortable around him. He becomes strangely interested in our black Persian cat. That same night, Mercedes becomes seriously ill. She begins vomiting thick black material the vet cannot explain. A few days later, she dies while hissing and swatting at something invisible. Then, the house changes. Footprints appear in the snow. Strange sounds begin at night. Wallpaper is torn from the walls. My mother claims to see demonic creatures. She becomes withdrawn. My asthma returns. Then, during one of the worst asthma attacks I had experienced in a long time, my mother wakes up screaming at something to get away from me. She discovers herself separated from me by a wall of boxes that had somehow been stacked between her bed and where I slept. She fights her way through. She gives me my inhaler. And then, she spends the rest of the night crying. Afterward, the strange events continue for months. We bless the house. Eventually, everything becomes quiet again. I can explain pieces of it. I cannot explain the whole thing. Maybe there is nothing to explain. Maybe the human brain simply wants to connect unrelated events because patterns feel more satisfying than randomness. A strange man visits. A cat dies. A family becomes frightened. Everyone begins noticing unusual things. That could be the entire story. But sometimes, late at night, I still remember Mercedes. I remember her black fur. I remember how sick she became. I remember her eyes following something none of us could see. I remember her paw suddenly striking at empty air. I remember the hiss. And I remember the chill that moved through me when she stopped breathing. I also remember my mother's scream. Get away from her. There was no confusion in her voice. She sounded as though she were looking directly at something. Something near me. Something she believed wanted to hurt me. She never told me what she saw. Maybe I am grateful for that. If she had given me a detailed description, I might still picture it whenever I close my eyes. Instead, I only have the sound of her voice. Sometimes that is enough. I think the thing that bothers me most is the timing of everything. Before that man came to our house, life was normal. Maybe a little strange because of where we lived, but normal. After he visited, Mercedes died. Then the house seemed to fall apart emotionally. My mother changed. I became sick. The nights became frightening. Maybe the man had nothing to do with any of it. There is no evidence that he did. I do not even know whether we ever saw him again. But in my childhood memory, he became the beginning. The dark figure who arrived in a black car. The man who seemed fascinated by our black cat. Then he left, and something stayed behind. That is how it felt. I know how unbelievable that sounds. If someone else told me the exact same story today, I would probably start looking for ordinary explanations. I would ask questions. Was the cat poisoned? Did the vet run tests? Could someone have been walking around the property? Was the wallpaper damaged by moisture? Was the mother suffering from sleep problems or stress? Could the boxes have already been stacked there? Were the asthma attacks triggered by environmental conditions? Those are reasonable questions. I would ask them too. But I was there. I remember the fear. I remember how the adults reacted. I remember the way the house felt during those months. Maybe feelings are not evidence. I understand that. Still, they are difficult to forget. My brother and his family now live in the same house where all of this happened. Life there is mostly normal. Every so often they hear something they cannot explain. A sound, a movement, something small. But nothing like that winter. Nothing like the months after Mercedes died. Maybe whatever happened simply stopped. Maybe nothing supernatural ever happened in the first place. Maybe time erased the fear, and left only an old house making old house noises. That is the explanation I prefer. I tell myself we were all frightened. I tell myself we connected things that were not actually connected. I tell myself my mother had nightmares. I tell myself Mercedes died from an illness. I tell myself the boxes had been moved for some ordinary reason. I tell myself there were no demons. There was no curse. There was no evil force brought into our home by a mysterious stranger. It was all in our heads. That is what I believe. Or at least, that is what I try to believe. But there is still one part of me that remembers being 8 or 9 years old, lying on the floor in the middle of an asthma attack, while my mother screamed at something I could not see. There is still one part of me that remembers the strange man dressed in black. There is still one part of me that remembers Mercedes dying only days after he became so interested in her. And there is still one question I have never been able to answer. If everything that happened that winter really was only in our heads, why did it all seem to begin the moment that man walked into our home? When I was around 6 or 7 years old, my family went through one of the most terrifying experiences of my childhood. At the time, we were visiting my aunt for Christmas. She had recently divorced her husband, and from what I understood as I got older, the divorce had been extremely difficult. Her ex-husband was a hot-headed man who had begun acting more and more unstable. He was angry, unpredictable, and seemed to be losing control of himself. In the days before Christmas, he had called my aunt's house several times. The calls were not friendly. He threatened her. I was too young to understand the exact details, and the adults around me probably did not tell me everything, but everyone knew the situation was becoming serious. Still, nothing had happened yet. He had made threats, but he had not shown up. He had not attacked anyone. Because of that, I think everyone was nervous, but still hoping that his words were only words. Sometimes people say terrible things when they are angry. Sometimes they make threats they never actually intend to carry out. Maybe my family wanted to believe that was the case. Unfortunately, they were wrong. My parents and I had only recently immigrated to Canada. Our own house was not ready yet, so we were staying with my aunt temporarily. It was Christmas, which should have been a happy time. We were supposed to be starting a new chapter of our lives. New country, new home, new beginning. Instead, we found ourselves caught in the middle of a family situation that was much more dangerous than I understood at the time. My aunt's house was supposed to be a safe place for us to stay until our own home was ready. I do not remember every detail of the house now, but I remember enough to picture certain moments clearly. I remember the den. I remember the stairs. I remember being rushed upstairs. And most of all, I remember the sounds coming from below while we hid in a locked room. The day it happened seemed normal at first. My aunt was sitting in the den. I do not know what everyone else was doing at that exact moment. Maybe my mother was nearby. Maybe I was playing with something. Maybe my father was talking to someone. Then my aunt looked up. She saw someone approaching the house. It was her ex-husband, and he was carrying a hunting rifle. The moment she recognized him, she screamed. Everything changed instantly. There was no longer any question about whether his threats were serious. He was coming toward the house with a gun. My father reacted immediately. I have thought about his reaction many times over the years. He did not freeze. He did not stand there trying to decide whether the situation was really dangerous. He saw what was happening and moved. Fast, he locked the door. Then he started getting the rest of us upstairs. My mother, my aunt. Me, I was only 6 or 7 years old. I did not fully understand why everyone was suddenly panicking. I only knew that the adults were scared. When you are that young, seeing your parents frightened is often more terrifying than the danger itself. Children believe their parents are supposed to know what to do. They are supposed to be calm. They are supposed to make everything safe. But that day, I could hear the fear in everyone's voices. My father rushed us up the stairs. We went into a room and locked the door. Then we pushed a dresser in front of it. I remember that part clearly. The dresser was supposed to make the door harder to open. It was our last barrier. My mother, my aunt, and I stayed in that room. My father did not. Instead, he grabbed a large buck knife and went back downstairs. Even now, I cannot imagine exactly what must have been going through his mind. There was an armed man coming toward the house with a hunting rifle. My father had no gun. He had a knife. But instead of hiding upstairs with the rest of us, he chose to go downstairs and put himself between the attacker and his family. That is one of the bravest things I have ever known anyone to do. From this point on, some of what I know comes from what my family told me afterward. I was upstairs. I did not see the confrontation directly. But I heard enough. And sometimes, hearing violence without being able to see what is happening is almost worse. Your mind creates the pictures for you. While we were hidden upstairs, my mother reached the phone. This happened before everyone carried cell phones, so the upstairs phone was our connection to the outside world. She called the police. I can only imagine what that call sounded like. She had to explain that there was a man outside or entering the house with a rifle, that her husband was downstairs, that a child was hiding upstairs, that we needed help immediately. Meanwhile, my aunt's ex made it to the house. He forced his way through the door. The door was close to where my father was hiding. My father knew he was coming. He waited. Then, as the man entered, my father attacked him. The hunting rifle gave my aunt's ex a huge advantage if he had enough distance to use it. My father apparently understood that. The safest thing he could do was get close before the rifle could be raised or fired. So he jumped him. The two men immediately went into a violent struggle. Somewhere during the fight, my aunt's ex dropped the rifle. I do not know if my father hit him before he could aim it. I do not know whether he grabbed the barrel. I do not know exactly how it happened. I only know that the gun ended up on the floor and the fight continued without it. They fought in the foyer. A full fist fight. Two grown men struggling while the rest of us were upstairs listening. From where we were hiding, we could hear the commotion, the impacts, the shouting, the screams, things being knocked around. At my age, I had no way of knowing who was winning. Every loud crash could have meant my father had been hurt. Every scream made us wonder what was happening. My mother and aunt were terrified. I was terrified because they were terrified. I remember being in that room with the dresser pushed against the door and thinking about my father downstairs. I knew he was fighting someone. I knew the man had brought a gun. I did not know whether my father was alive. I did not know whether the attacker would suddenly appear at the top of the stairs. I did not know whether the dresser would actually stop him if he reached us. All we could do was stay there. Wait. Listen. And hope the police arrived before something terrible happened. My father had brought the buck knife downstairs with him. To this day, I still do not know exactly what happened to that knife during the fight. My father will not confirm whether he stabbed my aunt's ex or not. He has never given me a straight answer. Maybe he did, maybe he did not. Maybe the knife was dropped. Maybe he only used it as a threat. I honestly do not know. What I do know is that based on the sounds we heard upstairs, the fight was brutal. My father was doing everything he could to keep that man away from us. At some point, the police finally arrived. By then, the rifle was no longer in my aunt's ex-husband's hands. The officers were able to take control of the situation. They arrested him. For us upstairs, Hearing the police arrive must have been the first moment when we started to believe we might actually be safe. But the nightmare was not over. The police did a full sweep of the property. They searched the house. Then they checked outside. That was when they discovered something even more horrifying. My aunt's ex-husband had not come alone. His father was hiding in the backyard. The man was older. He had a history of being abusive and drinking heavily. From what I was told, he absolutely hated my aunt, and he was waiting outside with a knife. That discovery changed everything. It meant there had been a second part to whatever plan they had. While my aunt's ex approached the front of the house with a hunting rifle, his father stayed hidden in the backyard. He was waiting. The most disturbing possibility was obvious. If we had seen the armed man coming toward the front and decided to escape through the back of the house, we could have run directly into the second man. That may have been exactly what he was hoping for. He was hiding with a knife, waiting for someone to come outside. When I think about that now, I realize how close we may have come to doing exactly what they expected. Imagine the situation. An armed man is coming toward the front door. Your first instinct might be to run. If there is a back door, you use it. You gather the child. You get everyone outside. You try to reach a neighbor or a car. But if we had done that, we might have run straight into someone waiting for us. That is the detail that frightens me most as an adult. My father probably saved us twice without even knowing it. First, he kept us inside and sent us upstairs instead of allowing everyone to scatter. Then, he stayed downstairs to stop the armed man from reaching us. If my father had panicked and shouted for everyone to run out the back, the story could have ended very differently. The police arrested my aunt's ex-husband. His father was also dealt with after being found in the backyard. Eventually, the older man was deported. My aunt's ex went to jail. He also had a restraining order against him for years afterward. Even after everything that happened, he apparently continued to claim that they had only wanted to scare people. I have never understood that explanation. You do not approach a house with a hunting rifle just to harmlessly scare someone. You do not hide in a backyard with a knife because you want to play a joke. You do not make repeated threats over the phone and then arrive armed. Maybe saying they only wanted to frighten us was his way of avoiding responsibility. Maybe he wanted to make what happened sound less serious than it really was. But to me, it does not matter what he claims his intentions were. We were terrified. My aunt believed she was in danger. My mother believed we were in danger. My father believed the threat was serious enough that he armed himself with a knife and physically attacked a man carrying a rifle. The police believed the situation was serious enough to make arrests. That was not a misunderstanding. That was a real threat. For me, though, the part I remember most is being upstairs. I was a child. I could not see what was happening. I only heard it. I remember the sense of being trapped. The dresser was pushed against the door. The adults around me were scared. My mother was calling the police. My father was somewhere below us. Then came the sounds. A crash. Shouting. Movement. The fight. Screams. I do not know whether children experience time differently during moments like that, but it felt endless. Every second seemed too long. We did not know if the attacker had shot my father. We did not know if he was coming upstairs. We did not know if there were more people outside. And in fact, there was someone else outside. We just did not know it yet. That makes the memory even more disturbing. At the time, we thought there was one threat. There were actually two. One at the front, one at the back. The house was surrounded in a way none of us understood until later. I sometimes think about the timing. My parents and I had just moved to Canada. We were not even settled into our own home yet. We were supposed to be beginning a new life. Instead, one of my earliest memories from that period became hiding in an upstairs room while my father fought an armed man downstairs. That is not the kind of Christmas memory anyone wants. Most children remember presents, food, decorations, family gatherings. I remember fear. I remember adults whispering and crying. I remember listening to violence through the floor. I remember wondering whether my dad was going to come back upstairs. I also think about my aunt. She had already gone through the pain of a divorce. She had already been receiving threatening phone calls. Imagine sitting in your own den, trying to get through the holidays, and looking outside to see your ex-husband walking toward the house with a hunting rifle. There is no time to process something like that. 1 second, you are sitting in a familiar room. The next, your worst fears are walking across the property toward you. My father's reaction gave everyone else the seconds they needed. He locked the door. He moved us upstairs. He made sure we were behind another locked door. He helped create a physical barrier with the dresser. Then he went back down. The older I get, the more I understand what that meant. He had a child upstairs, his wife, his sister-in-law. He knew that if the man got past him, we were next. I do not think he had time to be afraid for himself. He simply did what he thought he had to do. When my aunt's ex came through the door, my father did not give him time to use the rifle. He attacked. That decision was probably the reason no one was shot. A rifle is dangerous when there is distance. In a close struggle, it becomes harder to aim. My father closed that distance immediately. He turned a possible shooting into a fistfight. A violent one, from what we could hear. But a fistfight was something he had a chance of surviving. A bullet from across the room would have been something else entirely. I do not know every detail of what happened downstairs. My father has never told me everything. Maybe he does not want to. Maybe there are parts he would rather keep to himself. Maybe the knife is one of them. I know he had it. I know he will not tell me whether he used it. I respect that. Whatever he had to do, he was trying to protect us. By the time the police arrived, the important thing was that the rifle was on the floor and the attacker had not reached the stairs. My father was still alive. We were still alive. Then, the police found the second man. That is the part that makes the whole situation feel planned rather than simply impulsive. Maybe my aunt's ex really was unstable and acting out of rage, but his father was in the backyard with a knife. That suggests coordination. One man comes to the front, the other waits at the back, even if they later claim they only wanted to scare everyone. Their actions created a situation where people could easily have been killed. My aunt could have run outside. My mother could have taken me toward the backyard. My father could have been shot. The older man could have attacked someone who tried to escape. There were so many possible tragedies packed into those few minutes. And somehow, none of them happened. My aunt's ex went to jail. A restraining order kept him away for years. His father was deported. Life eventually moved on. My parents and I got into our own house. The immediate danger passed. But memories like that do not disappear just because the legal situation is over. For years, I remembered the sounds. Sometimes I could still hear them in my head. The fighting downstairs. The screams. The uncertainty. When you are a child, you do not always remember the exact sequence of events. But you remember feelings. I remember the fear of not knowing what was happening. I remember knowing my father was downstairs in danger. I remember feeling completely helpless. That may have been the worst part. I could not do anything. I could not help him. I could not see him. I could not even know if he was okay. All I could do was stay in that room. The adults had told me to stay there, so I stayed. I think about my mother, too. She had to make that emergency call while her husband was downstairs fighting. She had to stay with me and my aunt. She could probably hear the same sounds I heard, but unlike me, she fully understood what they meant. She knew there was a rifle. She knew the man had threatened my aunt. She knew her husband had gone downstairs with nothing but a knife. She had to sit there waiting for the police. I cannot imagine the fears she must have felt. Maybe that is why the story still affects me. It was not just one frightening moment. It was several different kinds of fear happening at once. My aunt saw the man approaching. My father had to confront him. My mother had to call for help. I had to hide and listen. And unknown to all of us, another armed man was waiting outside. If you told me this story without saying it happened to my family, I might think it sounded like a scene from a thriller. An angry ex-husband with a hunting rifle. A second man hiding behind the house with a knife. A family trapped inside. A father armed with a buck knife. A desperate fight in the foyer. Police arriving just in time. It sounds almost too dramatic. But when I remember it, I do not remember it as an exciting story. I remember terror. I remember being small. I remember being hidden behind a locked door with a dresser in front of it. I remember the horrible thought that the person downstairs might win. When I became older and learned more of the details, I understood how lucky we were. At 6 or 7, I only knew my dad had protected us. As an adult, I understand exactly how dangerous the situation was. My father could have been shot the moment the door opened. The gun could have gone off during the struggle. My aunt's ex could have recovered the rifle. My father could have been badly injured. The police could have arrived too late. We could have escaped through the backyard and met the second man. Any one of those things could have happened. They did not. And much of that came down to my father's actions. He did not run. He did not hide. He did not wait for someone else to save us. He put himself in the most dangerous part of the house because that was the only place he could keep the danger away from the rest of us. I do not know exactly what kind of beating he gave my aunt's ex. Based on the screams we heard from upstairs, I can imagine it was serious. But honestly, I do not judge him for that. There was a man in the house with a hunting rifle. My father was protecting his family. He did what he had to do. Even today, he will not tell me whether he stabbed the man with the buck knife. Maybe I will never know. That is fine. Some details belong to the people who lived them directly. What matters is that he stopped him. What matters is that the gun was dropped. What matters is that the attacker never reached us. Sometimes I wonder whether my father was afraid afterward. People often imagine bravery as the absence of fear. I do not think that is true. Maybe he was terrified. Maybe his hands shook when everything was over. Maybe the reality only hit him after the police arrived. Bravery is often doing something despite being afraid. And that day, he had more reason to be afraid than anyone. But he still went downstairs. That is how I remember him in this story. Not as some action hero. As a father who saw danger coming toward his family and acted before anyone else had time to think. Years later, my aunt's ex still tried to minimize what happened. He insisted that they only wanted to scare people. Maybe he even believes that now. But that excuse means nothing to me. I know what fear sounds like. I heard it in my aunt's scream when she saw him coming. I heard it in my mother's voice while she called the police. I heard it in the fight downstairs. And I felt it while hiding behind that dresser. People who only want to play a harmless prank do not create memories like that. They do not bring rifles. They do not hide behind houses with knives. They do not leave children wondering whether their father is being killed downstairs. That night was not a joke. It was not harmless. We survived it. That is different. And I will always believe that one of the biggest reasons we survived was my father. He kept the danger at the front of the house. He kept it away from the stairs. He kept it away from the room where we were hiding. While we sat upstairs listening to the terrible sounds below, he was fighting to make sure those sounds never got any closer to us. Eventually, the police came. Eventually, the house became quiet again. Eventually, the men responsible were taken away. But for me, the memory never completely disappeared. I still remember being a little kid during Christmas in a country we had only recently moved to. I remember being rushed upstairs. I remember furniture being pushed against the door. I remember my dad disappearing back down the staircase with a knife. Then I remember the noise, the shouting, the screams, the horrible uncertainty. And later I remember learning that while we were all terrified of the man at the front of the house, another man had been waiting silently behind us. In the end, we were safe. My aunt survived. My mother survived. I survived. And my father survived. I know there was a lot of luck involved. But I also know that when the moment came, my father did not hesitate. He stood between us and a man with a rifle. And because of that, I am still here to tell the story. My family owns a farm out in the country, and over the years, a lot of strange things have happened there. Some of them can probably be explained. Others I honestly have no idea about. The farm is fairly isolated, which already makes things feel different at night. There are no busy streets, no crowds, and not much traffic. When the sun goes down, everything becomes very quiet. My house and my grandparents' house are both located on the same farm, so most of the strange things I have experienced happened in the same general area. One of the creepiest experiences happened when my family went away on vacation. For whatever reason, I stayed behind. I do not remember exactly why I did not go with them, but I remember being alone in the house for several days. At first, I did not mind. I had the whole place to myself, which meant I could do whatever I wanted without anyone bothering me. One evening, I was sitting in the living room playing Xbox. It was completely normal. I had the television on, the game running, and I was focused on what I was doing. The house was quiet, except for the sounds coming from the TV. Then I heard something outside. At first, I ignored it. Living in the country means you hear noises all the time. Animals move around, branches fall. The wind blows things over. Sometimes something hits the side of the house. You get used to hearing things you cannot immediately identify. But then I heard another sound. A car horn. It was not a quick honk. The horn was blaring continuously. I paused the game. I sat there listening. The sound was coming from outside the house. My mother's Camaro was parked out there, and it sounded like the horn was stuck. At least that was the first explanation that came to mind. But because I was alone and it was nighttime, I was not exactly excited about going outside to check. Again, we lived in the middle of the country. There were no neighbors right next door. If someone was outside messing with the car, I would be dealing with them alone. So I grabbed my revolver. I was not planning to shoot anyone. I just wanted something with me in case there really was someone outside. I walked toward the door. The horn was still going. I stepped outside. The farm was dark. The Camaro was sitting where it was supposed to be. Its horn was blaring. I walked toward it carefully. The closer I got, the more confused I became. I expected to see someone sitting in the driver's seat. Maybe someone had broken into the car. Maybe a person had leaned on the steering wheel. Maybe an animal had somehow gotten inside. But when I reached the car, there was no one there. The driver's seat was empty. The passenger seat was empty. No one was inside. I stood there looking at the car. The horn was still screaming into the night. Then it stopped, just like that. Complete silence. I remember standing there with the revolver in my hand, looking around the property. Nothing moved. No one ran away. There were no footsteps, no voices, no car driving off. Nothing. My immediate reaction was basically, forget this. I did not want to stay outside trying to figure out why an empty Camaro had suddenly started blasting its horn. Maybe there was an electrical problem. That is probably what I would tell myself now. Cars have electrical problems. Horns malfunction. Things happen. So I turned around and went back inside. I closed the door behind me. At that point, I was already uncomfortable, but I was still trying to act like everything was normal. I told myself the horn had probably malfunctioned. Maybe something in the wiring was bad. Maybe it had nothing to do with anything strange. Then, I saw something move. Something ran through the house. I do not mean I saw a small shadow out of the corner of my eye. I saw movement. Fast movement. Something went through the house quickly enough that my first instinct was to chase it. I thought maybe an animal had gotten inside. A raccoon. A cat. Something like that. So I took off after it. Whatever I had seen moved toward the sliding glass door. I followed. But when I reached the door, it was still closed. It had never been opened. There was no animal standing there. No person. Nothing. I checked the room. Nothing. I looked outside through the glass. Nothing. At that point, I was done. I had been perfectly comfortable sitting alone in the living room playing Xbox less than 10 minutes earlier. Now the car horn had gone off by itself, and I had seen something run through the house toward a door that had never opened. I had absolutely no idea what was happening. I did not care about being brave. I did not care about proving that there was a normal explanation. I grabbed what I needed and left. I went to a friend's house. I stayed there for the rest of the week. There was no way I was going back to that house alone. Even now, I cannot explain what happened that night. The horn could have been a mechanical problem. That is easy enough to believe. But I cannot explain what I saw moving through the house. Maybe I was already scared from the horn and imagined something. Maybe there was an animal inside that I simply could not find. Maybe it escaped through some opening I did not know about. I have no idea. I just know that at the time, I was convinced something had run through the house. That was not the only strange experience connected to the farm. Another one happened at my grandparents' house. Their house was close enough to ours that all of these experiences happened in the same general area. One night, I was staying over with them. My grandparents went to bed before I did. I stayed awake, watching the movie A Series of Unfortunate Events. I was sitting in a recliner in the living room. Eventually, I fell asleep. I do not remember deciding to go to sleep. I simply passed out in the chair while the movie was still playing. When I woke up, it was around 3 in the morning. The television was still on. The movie had finished and gone back to the DVD menu. The volume was turned down low. The whole house was quiet. That strange early morning quiet where even small sounds seem loud. I sat there for a moment, still half asleep. Then I heard a scream, a woman's scream. It was one of the worst sounds I have ever heard. It was not someone calling for help in a normal voice. It was not laughter. It was not an animal making a sound that could easily be mistaken for a person. At least, that was not what it sounded like to me. It was a brutal scream, blood curdling, the kind of scream that makes your entire body react before your mind even understands what you are hearing. I was immediately wide awake. Every bit of sleepiness disappeared. The scream sounded like a woman was in serious pain or absolute terror. I got out of that room as fast as I could. I went to my grandmother. I told her what I had heard. I expected her to be afraid, too. Instead, she went outside to check. I stayed inside. She looked around. There was nothing. No woman, no injured person, no car, no signs of anything happening. The farm was quiet. There was no explanation. Maybe an animal made the sound. People who live in rural areas know that certain animals can make incredibly disturbing noises. Foxes can sound like screaming women. Coyotes can make strange sounds. Even some birds can produce noises that do not sound natural when you hear them at night. So maybe that is what happened. But I still remember how human the scream sounded. It felt close, real, like someone was right outside. My grandmother did not find anything. Eventually, we went back inside. Nothing else happened that night. But the experience stayed with me. I probably would have dismissed all of these things more easily if there were not other strange stories connected to my grandparents' house. My grandparents have claimed for years that they sometimes see two women around the property. One appears to be a little girl, the other appears to be an older woman. They do not see them constantly. It happens every once in a while. The older woman is especially interesting because my grandfather believes he knows who she is. There is an old house in the woods next to my grandparents' property, or at least what remains of it. The building is only partly standing now. It has been abandoned for a long time. The woods have slowly taken over the area around it. My grandfather says the older woman used to live there. He recognized her. According to him, when he was younger, she used to take care of him when he got sick. I do not know all the details of their relationship, but he remembers her as someone who helped him when he was not feeling well. The strange thing is that when my grandparents see her now, it often seems to happen when my grandfather is sick. That detail has always bothered me. Or maybe bothered is the wrong word. It is creepy, but it is also strangely comforting. If my grandfather is right about who she is, maybe she is not there to hurt anyone. Maybe, in whatever way people want to interpret these experiences, she is doing the same thing she did when she was alive. Checking on him, taking care of him, watching over him when he is not well. My grandfather seems to believe that is why she appears. He recognizes her. He knows the old house she lived in, and she seems to show up around the same times he is sick. I cannot prove any of that. Maybe illness causes him to dream. Maybe he remembers her more often when he is sick because she took care of him in the past. Memory is a powerful thing. Sometimes people see what they expect to see. But my grandparents have talked about these experiences as though they really happened. Then there is the little girl. They do not recognize her. As far as I know, no one knows who she is. She appears around the property too. Not constantly, just from time to time. I do not know exactly what she looks like or where they usually see her. I only know that my grandparents have both mentioned a young girl they cannot identify. That part is stranger because there is no obvious connection. The older woman at least has a history with my grandfather and the farm. She lived nearby. She knew him. She cared for him. The little girl is a mystery. Maybe she lived in the area many years ago. Maybe she was connected to the old house. Maybe there is some completely normal explanation. Again, I do not know. All I know is that these stories all happen on the same farm. My house, my grandparents' house, the old abandoned home in the woods, the strange sounds, the figures, the woman who seems to appear when my grandfather is sick, the little girl no one recognizes. And then there are my own experiences. The Camaro horn, the thing running through the house, the scream at 3 in the morning. When you hear one strange story, it is easy to dismiss. When you hear several, all connected to the same place, you start wondering. Maybe there is something about the farm. Maybe the isolation makes ordinary things seem more frightening. Maybe because it is so quiet, we notice sounds that people living in cities would never hear. Maybe old houses make noises. Maybe animals move around. Maybe electrical systems malfunction. Maybe memories and imagination fill in the blanks. Those are all possible. I try to think about things logically. The car horn could have had an electrical problem. Maybe a wire shorted out. Maybe it stopped when the connection shifted. That makes sense. The thing I saw running through the house could have been an animal. Maybe it hid somewhere before I reached the sliding door. That is possible. The scream at my grandparents' house could have been a fox or some other animal. That is probably the easiest explanation. The older woman my grandparents see could be a memory. Maybe my grandfather thinks about her when he is sick because she cared for him years ago. The little girl could be a shadow or someone seen from a distance. Every story has an explanation. Maybe, but when you experience these things yourself, explanations do not always make the feeling disappear. I still remember standing outside next to the Camaro. The horn had been blaring. No one was sitting inside. Then it simply stopped. The silence afterward was almost worse than the noise. I remember looking around the dark property with the revolver in my hand. There was no one there. Then I walked back into the house and saw something move. That was enough for me. I did not stay to investigate. Maybe people think they would be brave in a situation like that. They imagine walking through the house with a flashlight, checking every room, looking under furniture, searching for an intruder. Not me. I had no interest in becoming the person in a horror movie who decides to investigate a strange noise. I left. Whatever was happening could have the house for the rest of the week. I was staying with my friend. The scream was similar. There is something about hearing a human-sounding scream at 3 in the morning that instantly changes your mood. 1 second, you are half asleep in a recliner. The next, your heart is racing. It did not matter that my grandmother found nothing. The sound itself was real to me. Something screamed. Maybe it was an animal. But whatever made that sound managed to terrify me. Sometimes I wonder whether the farm's history has anything to do with these stories. I do not know much about everyone who lived there before us. Rural land can have generations of history. Old houses, families that came and went, people who were born there, people who died there. The old house in the woods is proof that others lived nearby long before the area looked the way it does now. Nature slowly reclaimed that building. The walls started falling. The roof began collapsing. Trees grew around it. But my grandfather still remembers the woman who lived there. Maybe that is all the ghost stories really are. Memories tied to places. Maybe when he sees her, he is not seeing a ghost. Maybe he is remembering someone important to him so strongly that for a second she feels present. I like that explanation. It is less frightening. But then I think about the little girl. No one knows her. I think about the thing I chased through my house. I think about the horn. And I am back to not knowing. One thing I can say is that the farm feels different at night. During the day, it is just land. Fields, trees, houses, old buildings. Nothing particularly frightening. At night, the darkness changes everything. There are fewer lights than you would have in town. You can look out a window and see almost nothing. Sounds travel differently. A noise from far away can seem close. Something moving through the grass can sound like footsteps. Your imagination has a lot of empty space to work with. That might explain everything. Living in an isolated place can make you jumpy. But I grew up there. I was used to country noises. I knew what animals sounded like. I knew what the house sounded like. That is why certain moments stood out. They did not feel normal. My grandparents seem much calmer about the whole thing than I am, especially the older woman. Because my grandfather recognizes her, I do not think he sees her as something threatening. If anything, there is a strange kindness to the story. A woman who cared for him when he was young, still appearing when he is sick. If you believe in that sort of thing, it is almost comforting. Maybe some people stay attached to the places and people they cared about. Maybe she still feels responsible for him. Maybe she comes back when he needs someone. The little girl is different. There is no history we know of. No name, no explanation. Just a child who seems to appear from time to time. I have wondered whether she might have lived in the old house too. Maybe she was related to the older woman. Maybe she lived somewhere else on the farm. There is no way to know without digging into the history of the property. But honestly, part of me does not want to know. Sometimes finding an answer makes things worse. Imagine discovering that a little girl actually died somewhere near the property. Then every future sighting would suddenly have a story attached to it. Right now, she is just an unexplained figure. I can live with that. The same goes for the rest of the farm. I do not know what is happening there. Maybe nothing supernatural at all. Maybe every strange event has a normal explanation. I am completely willing to accept that. But I also know I am not spending another week alone in that house after hearing a car horn go off by itself and seeing something run through the living room. Call me a coward if you want. I am fine with that. My family came home from vacation eventually. As far as I remember, nothing had happened while I was gone. The house was still standing. No one had broken in. There was no obvious explanation for what I had seen. Life went back to normal. But I never forgot that night. I never forgot waking up at my grandparents' house, either. I can still imagine the television glowing in the dark room, the DVD menu repeating quietly, the clock showing around 3 in the morning. Then, that scream. It cut through the silence so suddenly that for a second I did not even know how to react. That is how most of the strange things on the farm happen. There is no warning, no dramatic buildup. You are doing something normal, playing Xbox, watching a movie, trying to sleep. Then, something happens that makes you stop and ask yourself whether you really saw or heard what you think you did. Sometimes there's an explanation. Sometimes there is not. I am not claiming the farm is haunted. Maybe it is, maybe it is not. I am not an expert. I am just someone who grew up there and experienced a few things I still cannot explain. The horn went off with no one in the car. Something ran through my house. A woman screamed in the middle of the night when no one was outside. My grandparents sometimes see an old woman who died years ago. My grandfather says she appears when he is sick, just like she used to care for him when she was alive. And sometimes they see a little girl no one recognizes. All of it happened in the same place, the same farm. Maybe that means something. Maybe it does not. All I know is that strange things happen there. And after everything I have experienced, when something weird happens on that farm at night, I do not stick around very long trying to figure out what it is.